Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannone, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions before we send you back out to deliberate. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Well, with that, Mr. Foreman, thank you all. We're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All rise, please. Here, follow me. Jury is exited the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, counsel, I think it worked out well having everybody planning on being here at 4 o'clock and being no more than 10 minutes away. So we'll see you here a little bit before 4 this afternoon.
Thank you.
All rise. Court stands in recess. Please exit the courtroom.
Bit. It was about question number 4 after the third question that was read by that judge. Captain later in the day, and it was if we find not guilty on 2 charges but cannot agree on the charge. Is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1? And then her reply was that this is theoretical question. We cannot answer that. Happening right now outside the courthouse. We see all of the parties, they are leaving. The O'Keefe family is leaving. Everyone is completely silent in front of the courthouse. You can hear the engines of the vehicles in front. This is just a big change that we've seen during this verdict watch, where we have all of these hundreds of supporters completely in silence, holding what they tell us is sign language for love, and showing that to Karen Reed and this defense team. The defense team on the steps, they're allowing the O'Keefe family their time to get into their vehicles, and then they're heading down the stairs. We see that live happening right here in real time. This defense team, all of the attorneys are still under a gag order. They can't answer questions like what we saw in the first trial. And then also this defendant has been answering questions up until deliberations. She's not answering any case-related questions as they're posed to her, like we saw during the 8 weeks of presentation of evidence. Julie?
Right. Matt, curious, are the families brought out through separate entrances? We were talking in our last show segment about how both the O'Keefe family and the Reed family are all under a lot of stress. And our psychology expert on the show was saying there's a lot of fear for everybody for different reasons on both sides today. Do they exit and enter the same way? If you know, I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's only the judge and the jury members, and there are several trials that happen throughout the course of this case at this courthouse behind me. They use a separate entrance, and I'm not going to get into details about that for security reasons, but the family members of the O'Keefe family, the victim in all of this, John O'Keefe, his family is always escorted with state police. That has always been the case. And they coordinate with the victim's right advocates and the court staff to where the defense team walks out at a different time. And they are also escorted with state police. There's been no interaction that I have seen of the parties. There has been no interaction with this crowd, with the O'Keefe family that I've seen during this trial. So it resembles, I'll say, to what we saw in trial number 1. Julie?
I appreciate it so much. Matt Johnson live for us in Dedham, Massachusetts on this case. We'll be speaking soon. Thank you kindly for that early update, Matt. Let me bring in now our guest. Standing by with me, I have retired FBI Special Agent Jennifer Coffindaffer and criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Matt Timpanek. Good morning to you both. Matt, I want to begin with you, if I may, please. I was getting Jennifer's prediction in our last hour and want to get yours in terms of what we think the jury could be stuck on and what you think the result in the end will be. Your thoughts at this early hour this Wednesday morning.
So yesterday, the question seemed very pointed. It's like, what do we do if we are found not guilty on 2 charges? We don't know precisely what it is, but we probably can assume that it's murder 2 and leaving the scene of an accident involving death. That's where the first jury was. And so then it becomes, it's like, all right, but we're hung on charge 2, count 2, section 5, misdemeanor OUI. That feels like the most likely situation doing that. However, if the jury is kind of disguising where they're at and they just chose the lowest charge to actually where they're at, maybe where they're actually hung up, like motor vehicle homicide or involuntary manslaughter, but it feels that's kind of where it's at. And you have to think, what's the most likely result? If there's somebody on the jury who is, I don't care, I'm not going to convict her no matter what, that count could very likely be hung. What was interesting, the 2 questions that stood out to me the most yesterday, one, are the videos evidence? And it's like, this was an 8-week trial. Every single time those videos were admitted, Hank Brennan asked them minimum to evidence. So that at least one juror didn't know there were evidence.
Right.
Number 2, it was the question, it's like the DUI at 12:45 or 5:04. It's like the entire case dealt with a time frame at 12:30 to 1 a.m. So it's pretty safely to assume we're talking about 12:45 because this whole case doesn't occur at 5:04 a.m. That's just where part of it when Officer O'Keefe is later found. But this whole incident that we're talking about occurs at 12:45.
Yes, excellent observations you're making there, Matt. I want to welcome in Jennifer Coffindaffer, retired FBI Special Agent, standing by. Jen, we talked about your predictions and your thoughts, and for anybody who didn't see the last hour, you think it's that manslaughter charge that the jury is stuck on. As I'm looking at the crowd growing outside of the courthouse this morning, and we know that even though it's a quiet crowd, a respectful crowd, which is great, very different from what we saw the first time around with so much noise and so much vitriol many days outside of the courthouse. Tell me, do you think that this jury should have been sequestered either for the whole trial or even for just the deliberations?
Yes, Julie. I've always thought and maintained from the very beginning that they should have been sequestered. I also find it, just a terrible state of affairs that now they're allowed to congregate right outside the courthouse. For anybody who's been in that area and at that courthouse, it is so easy to see them when the jurors are brought in, no matter what entrance they use. They are everywhere. And I just think that that is not creating any sort of impartial environment. And I just think it's really a shame of the circus atmosphere. I can't imagine being the mother, being John O'Keefe's mother, and having to see all of this, whether they're quiet or not. They're all dressed up in pink. They have their kids out there. Like this is some sort of show or drama or movie they're coming to see. This is a murder trial. John O'Keefe is dead. And that is really, I think, the upsetting part of this, again, is the circus that remains.
Right, Jen. Well, and something else I think that's an important point to clarify for any of our wonderful viewers who may just be joining the coverage, who maybe didn't follow the trial from its inception. Jen, you and Matt know so well the history of this case and how this is one that the Reed team deliberately wanted to be tried in the court of public opinion. And we know that there were a lot of O'Keefe supporters who did not want to be out in public for fear of getting attacked. I had one of his cousins on the show the other day, Renee Rizitano, who said that we've been called murderers. I mean, stop and think of that. The O'Keefe family being insulted in such a way and to have to withstand such attacks and hatefulness is awful. Jen, I'm wondering, do you think that is why we're not seeing the visible showing of support outside of the courthouse for John O'Keefe that we are Karen Reed? I'm just curious. I don't know, and feel free to disagree with me, but I'm wondering if you think that it could be because of fear of any type of harassment or verbal attacks.
Julie, I 100% concur with you. Watching this case for the last 2 years, if you come out in support of a guilty verdict or even say the most minor comment against Karen Reed's innocence, you are met with a host of individuals that will attack. That's both online, but these individuals are living it. They are called, as you said, murderers, the family members supporting the murderers. It's been horrible to watch, and I think that is 100%. And behind the scenes, Julie, you have individuals that are doing work to find information that is negative against anybody who comes out, and then they post that and go after them socially. So it's really just in their best interest, honestly, to stand back and just watch, but very unfair.
Right. And appreciate you sharing that for anyone who may be unaware. Trust me, I've seen it. I know what this is like. Matt Tampanik, you do too. Your thoughts on that point?
I think what it is this case should have always been tried in the courtroom. Unfortunately, over the last 2 years, to get the notoriety it has, bloggers and content creators have tried to make this case so much bigger than it is. That it needs to be, this has to be a discussion, it needs to be held everywhere. And that's perfectly fine. But I can tell you that it shouldn't be in the situation where we're calling families of the deceased, the victim in this case, murderers. It shouldn't be a situation where people should be worrying about whether a blogger is going to show up to their place of business or their house, yelling at them and calling them liars and stuff like that. That's not what the founders of the Constitution envisioned by the First Amendment. And unfortunately, that is what it's transpired into. It has evolved the last couple of years. Not that getting justice for John O'Keefe, but rather that Karen Reed has been framed and she should be vindicated by the court system. And if that's what happens, so be it. But that's not really what has happened the last couple of years. It has been an onslaught of people online in your face telling you that if you believe them, you are a sheep, you are a liar, you're part of the system. And guess what? At the end of the day, if the jury acquits the defendant of all charges, so be it. But the victim and the families and the witnesses should have never been subjected to the harassment they have been over the last few years.
You're exactly right. Thank you so much for that, Matt Timpanik, Jennifer Coffindeffer. Thank you both. Jen, I know we need to let you go. Matt, you're coming with us, so we're going to hit a break. When we come back, we'll stay in Dedham, Massachusetts. We are live on a verdict watch. The clock ticking again. The jury's in the deliberation room. They're out 15 hours, 36 minutes, and counting. We thank you for spending part of your Wednesday morning with us here on Court TV.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger.
You could tell there was some off about him.
He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College Student Murders Trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live on this Wednesday morning. I'm your host, Julie Grant, and we are on a verdict watch in the case against defendant Karen Reed. She's accused of murdering her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Our cameras are inside of the courtroom, as you can see by the shot of that lovely white fan there. We're also outside of the courthouse looking at the crowd as everybody is waiting for a possible decision today. The clock is ticking on your screen. We're approaching the 16-hour mark. This is day 4. Jury deliberations started last Friday for just a short amount of time, carried into Monday and Tuesday, and now today. And on Tuesday, the jury had some questions. They came back with a few questions for the court. So we wanted to recap those for you if you missed it. One of them was, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, say, for example, offense 2, number 5, convict on the overall charge? Here's a look at the response that the attorneys gave in the courtroom when it came to what the judge would answer the jury. Both sides got to weigh in. Let's take a look.
Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge, 002, number 5, is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record.
Okay, go ahead.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1, number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the language, the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on?
Under the guilty. So go ahead, I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on one second.
Of course.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following. And there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
we fixed it.
Check one of. Okay.
Yes. So we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to again add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right, after the word stop, stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yeah.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing we just suggested for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict
All
slip.
right. Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think with the edits, this proposed instruction explains it.
Yes. All right. Would
I don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that can be. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form which is filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
what do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
All right, so let's bring in our legal analyst guest and see what he thinks of what the judge discussed with the attorneys and what the attorneys had to say as they weighed in on the instruction. Matt Timpanek, our guest this hour. Matt, what did you think of what the judge did? She ultimately brought them in and then said to work through it top to bottom. Effective, enough? What are your thoughts, please?
When you look at the verdict form, and I talked about this on my YouTube show of the weekend, it's not as complicated as the defense made it out to be. In the actual jury instructions themselves, not the verdict form, it lays out exactly what you do. If you think that the defendant is not guilty, you check the box and move on. If you find that whatever charge you found to be guilty, the highest offense for charge 2 is motor vehicle manslaughter. If you find her guilty of that, check that box and move on. There should only be, of the 5 numbers, there should only be 1 box checked. There shouldn't be 2. There shouldn't be, 2 and 5 or 2, 3, and 4. No, it's 1. 1 box is all you were checking based on the charge. And I definitely think that the defense, like I remember their other verdict form, they wanted to put like not guilty after every single charge, which could have opened up a double jeopardy issue. If she were to be found guilty on that page, be like, well, they acquitted her here, but they found her guilty here. So I definitely think that the judge did the right thing, just kind of simplifying it and explaining it to the jury, because as I've stated previously, this is where the jury was going to focus pretty much the entirety of their deliberations. The first jury didn't reportedly thought that murder wasn't proven, as well as the leaving the scene of accident. So this is where I believe they'd be focusing their time. And based on the questions we got yesterday, that seems to be the case.
Right, right. And Matt, you explained that so well. And we've put up on the screen for our wonderful viewing audience, page 2, the page where there seem to be more choices than on pages 1 or 3 of the verdict slip. And so here, looking at that, just as you explained, you can see at the very top, would be the option for not guilty. And then if you just follow it down, as you said, this isn't multiple boxes, but one box. As you look at it, Matt, thoughts on whether this is too complicated? We've heard that argument. You touched on it a bit. We've heard some people going, oh my, a lot of words on the page. Your thoughts, please.
I think that when the instructions usually lay it out. The reason we do jury instructions is so that the jury can get guidance on something like this. This verdict form, remember, and during the charge conference, David Yannetti asked for the lesser includeds of this offense. And with it brings all of the lesser includeds of motor vehicle manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor and negligence, as well as simple misdemeanor OUI. So when you're putting it all together, it's all right. If the four-person must start, it's like, all right, let's start at the bottom and work our way up. It's like, all right, was she under the influence of alcohol at the time of the incident question? That was one of the biggest things. Like, well, the times, like, no, the indictment states that it was on the day in question, January 29, 2022. So whether it was 12:45 in the morning and 5:04 in the morning, that's still January 29, 2022. So if you found she was operating under the influence, the verdict would be guilty for that charge. So I think that it's not overly complicated, but I think that the way maybe not following the instructions made it a little bit more difficult. And with so many words, yeah, it potentially could be, but overall, I think the judge did a good job clearing it up.
Right. If they start from the top and work their way down, it should make sense. Hopefully that did provide some clarification. We'll go over the last question on the other side of this break. Matt Timpanic, stand by, please. The last question pertaining to what if we come back not guilty on 2 counts, and what if we're stuck? What if we're undecided on a 3rd count? What does that mean? Does that mean we're hung overall? We'll talk about that next.
To buy
Karen, good morning. How are you feeling today?
Feel good, Matt.
I was our Matt Johnson just a short time ago, asking defendant Karen Reed how she is feeling this morning as the pressure is on. We're approaching the 16-hour mark of jury deliberations. We're in day number 4. Live look at the courtroom. You see the lovely fan. We are waiting to see if the jury arrives at a verdict or if we could have another mistrial. It's a possibility. The last question the jury sent out on Tuesday was, if we find not guilty on 2 of the charges, but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1? Take a listen.
We received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
And that is essentially what the judge did. Let's bring in our legal analyst guest, attorney Matthew Timpanek, has experience on both sides of the courtroom. He's been a prosecutor and he's currently in the private sector and does criminal defense work. So Matt, what did you think of how the judge handled that question? Was her response appropriate?
It was right on the money. When she was reading it, she knew exactly how she was going to respond. The jury was fishing around and be like, hey, what if we find not guilty on 2 of the charges? What happens to the 3rd? If we're hung on 1, does that mean that we're hung on all of them? And it's like, no, that's not how it works. You need to decide whether or not you have a verdict on all 3 charges. It's not just 2, it's 3. So if you have a verdict on 3, then you tell the bailiff and you can come back in to deliver that verdict. So the judge absolutely did the right thing, saying, like, this is a theoretical question. This I can't answer.
Right, Matt, right. So now we have this possibility that the jury could be hung on 1 of the charges. Matt, what do you think the likelihood that is?
It's getting, I'll probably say more better than 50-50 right now. If I were to guess, I think they're hung up on count 2, and this is very important. If they are hung, so say they decide verdicts on 1 and 3, but are hung on 2. That means they're hung on the entirety of it. So, and this is something the jury doesn't know. A part of me thinks the defense team, if they could go into the jury room and be like,
Matt Timpanic, when, you know, certain people on your jury, depending upon which side you're on, and you know how it is, sometimes somebody you want gets struck by the other side because they know you're going to want them, sometimes cause challenges. And I certainly hear you. That's an excellent point about the age of the jury. And then that raises the question of whether they should be sequestered, because we know there's an awful lot of outside noise about this case. You're providing excellent insight for us as always. Matt Timpanic, stand by kindly, please. I'm being told we're going to hit another break. We just surpassed the 16-hour mark. Will we get a verdict today in Dedham, Massachusetts? We'll find out together here on Court TV.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger.
You could tell there was some off about him.
He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College Student Murders Trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
How you feeling today?
Hopeful, prayerful, looking forward to it.
Okay, defendant Karen Reed's father right there heading into the courthouse. We're at the 16th hour of jury deliberations in this homicide case taking place in Dedham, Massachusetts, a small town in the greater Boston area. This is trial number 2. First jury was hung. Will this jury be? And should they have been sequestered for the trial or for just their deliberations? Let's bring in our legal analyst guest, attorney Matt Timpanek, on the program with us. Matt, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think the judge should have sequestered them for all of this trial or even just a small part of it, the deliberation part that we're in now?
I didn't think it was really necessary because remember, the jurors are brought to an undisclosed location and they are bussed over every single day. I think there were reports that the people figure out the bus route, but for the most part, it seems what they were doing and then they were not looking in the facts of the case. I don't think it's really necessary. When you do a sequestration, that's really the last resort because you're taking those jurors away from their families, away from being able to care for, like I said, care for their families, and that's a huge burden, and that has to be an absolute last resort. If there was evidence that jurors were being like tampered with, like somebody actually showing up to their house, following people home, that would need to be a sequestration. But as far as I know it, I haven't heard anything of that nature.
Appreciate it, Matt. So we have 7 women and 5 men on this jury. Your thoughts on that, the final panel deliberating? Depending upon which side you're on, would you feel encouraged or discouraged in any way by the makeup?
In this type of case, depending on, I believe I heard there's a lot of younger women under 40 on the jury. If I'm the Commonwealth, I'd probably be a little discouraged because of the disgusting things that were said in the text messages and the lack of honor in the investigation, that some jurors might have taken the Bowden instruction to heart, that if you can't trust how the evidence was got, you can reject it. That was something I posted about previously, and the first jury didn't really take that into account, but it's entirely possible the second jury did.
Sure. Looking at the makeup, there's 7 women, again, 5 men on this deliberating jury, not sequestered. These are residents of the area. Matt, if the jury does come back hung, let's say on one of the counts, in this case is retried, what's done differently? Is there a change of venue or a change of veneer?
What I can tell you is they might do a change of venue. The problem is this case has literally infected every square inch of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. You can't go anywhere that people don't know about the case, haven't formed an opinion. It's just more prevalent in Norfolk County more than anywhere. You can't send it to Suffolk. You can't send it to Bristol. You can't send it to Plymouth County. All of those people have already formed opinions on it. So I think that potentially if it's retried, the difference is going to be jury selection.
Most definitely. Matt Timpanek, great analysis from you as always. Thanks so much. We'll be right back with more verdict coverage live. Good Wednesday morning to you. We're so grateful for your company here on Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant, and we are on a verdict watch on a case that people around the country have been watching. The case against defendant Karen Reed. She's accused of killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. And right now the jury's out over 16 hours. We're showing you a live look at the courtroom, a live look at her arrival, and a live look at our friend, Court TV lead anchor Vinny Politan, who's standing there outside of the courthouse. Vinny, wonderful to see you. Tell us what you're seeing and hearing where you are, please.
Absolutely. So right now there's a couple things happening, right? The deliberations resumed. High anticipation that today is the day by folks I spoke to on the way in here. This hour, though, right now the crowd's a little thin, weather related. There's some storm systems that are passing through. They should be done in about an hour or so. So the crowd's a little thin. People are covered. They're hunkering down. Some have gone back to their cars. But before that, when you had the arrivals of Karen Reed and the defense team, I was able to walk through the crowd. High level of anticipation that today's the day. And it's for a couple of reasons. Number one, and from my perspective, number one, the notes that were sent out yesterday, it seems that they've made some progress, if you believe what they wrote. Number two, there's no court tomorrow. So, Julie, you know about the Friday factor. I'm putting a little dose of the Friday factor on a Wednesday because this jury's not coming back tomorrow. They have tomorrow off for Juneteenth. It's a holiday. So I think that speeds things up a little bit as well. So you've got all that in play right now. And I think because we heard from the jury, you know, if we hadn't heard a word from them, I think everyone would be kind of like, well, what's going on in there? But we did get some sort of an idea from the questions that they sent out. So everyone's trying to read into them, analyze them. But I think it also demonstrated to us that they are making some level of progress. Third factor is the way the day ended yesterday. The jury wanted to leave early. Why did they want to leave early? Was it because they had come to an agreement and wanted to sleep on it? We've seen that. So some folks are wondering if that's the case. And then what we've seen a little more often than that is that a jury, it's been a long day. We're not agreeing on a few things here. Let's give each other some space and we'll come back fresh in the morning. So I see those as the two scenarios as to why we ended early yesterday. But you put all three of those factors together, and I think there's, again, a high level of anticipation that this Wednesday is the day that we hear from this jury.
Yes, I think you're right, my friend. Vinny, if you don't mind, I would love for you to lend us your legal expertise here and focus in on that last question from the jury. If they should come back not guilty on 2 of the counts and undecided on another one, what does that mean? Vinny, if you had to guess, your best educated guess, which count do you think they may be stuck on?
Okay, well, I think what I've been doing is I'm looking at all the questions and seeing if there's any common denominators, any links. And I think this jury, and then we learn the lessons of history. The last jury, after I interviewed one of the jurors, they said it was count 2 where they were stuck. You know, you look at the other questions, what are they all relative to? Question 1 is about the OUI charge. There's some question about what time frame is it. That relates to count 2. Question 2, are the video clips evidence? Well, that could apply to everything, but there was a substantial portion of those clips that were directly related to Karen Reed and drinking. You look at number 3, they specifically cite as an example offense 2. And then you get to question 4, 2 of the charges. So I think putting those pieces together, it's charged to count 2 of this indictment where there is some disagreement. Where is the disagreement? Again, if I go back to reading all of them together, it is possible, it is plausible that the disagreement is on the least of the lesser included charges, which is just straight up OUI. If they're debating that and that's where they're stuck and they're in agreement on everything else, that would be shocking, but very, very possible. Now, in reading that question, though, I'm going to question 3 right now, Julie. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? I don't know how to interpret what exactly they mean there. Are they saying convict of the overall charge? Does that mean they're starting at the bottom and going up, and if they decide she's guilty on count 5 that they don't go anywhere else? There they would need to be informed that, no, you start at the top and you go down. And hopefully the judge's instructions yesterday, along with the amended verdict slip, has them doing that. The only way that I see them perhaps deadlocked on all of the charges there, if in fact what they're saying is true here, that number 5 is where there is some debate, and they're wondering if we convict on 5, what do we do with the rest, is if they're going from the bottom up.
Right.
It's possible that they don't agree on any of them and they all may agree on one of them. I don't know. But is it bottom up or top down? And that's where it's incumbent on our system of justice to make it easy for jurors.
Yes.
It's hard enough for us.
Right.
It's hard enough for us, for lawyers. It's hard enough for appellate. Like, make it easy. For goodness sake, these 12 people didn't volunteer for this. They didn't sign up for this. Make it easy so we can get to the truth here.
Yes, it should be a more user-friendly form. I agree. We have the form. We can show it again. I know you've looked at it carefully, Vinny, and studied it. And when you really look at it at first, that second page of the form, there's a lot of words and a lot of options, and I think you just hit the nail right on the head, my friend, that I think that first question was because they may have been going bottom up. But when you look at it top down, and as the judge instructed them, that's the way in which you must work this form. Go in order, 1, 2, 3. Don't start backwards and start at 5. That would make no sense. You want to start at the top. And then if your verdict would be not guilty, then the inquiry ends there. And so, that's why it was so key that question was answered, as you noted, Vinny. And looking at the form, perhaps it could be a little simpler. But here we are. You and I don't make that form, nor do we make the decisions about things like sequestration. Vinny, you've been amongst the members of the crowd throughout this trial and last trial. Curious if you think sequestration would have been beneficial.
Julie, I just got a copy, Matt just handed me, of the amended verdict slip for count 2.
Amended?
So let me
when
go
was
through
it
that.
amended?
The amended has been released. So if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any of the lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Then it goes to guilty of offenses charged. Manslaughter while operating under the influence, check one or both of the followings. What she's added are these notes in parentheses, and I'm trying to, I can't figure out how to scroll on this.
Yeah, I know you're
Matt
reviewing
has
it
to help
right
me,
now.
but
Vinny, when did she amend it, if you know? What's Matt saying? Did this just happen this morning?
No, yesterday it was amended. It just wasn't released. There were copies given to the jurors, but not made public.
To
so
the
we
public.
have a copy of it right now.
I see.
Can I bring Matt in here to help us scroll?
Sure.
Help us scroll
Let's
here.
welcome him in. Hi there, Matt Johnson.
Matt's going to be my scroll. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to read it from the top. So it goes number 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. That's the same. Then the addition is in parentheses. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Then it goes to number 2. Guilty of the offenses charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Then it gives you the 2 choices. Check one or both of the following. That remains the same, manslaughter or .08. Then there's a new paren. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip.
This is so
if you
much
find her not
better.
guilty of if you find her not guilty of manslaughter while...
Yes. We'll see if we can get this in our system to show everybody at home.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you're right, Vinny, as you're saying.
Absolutely.
It's pretty much telling them, stop. If you've arrived at a decision, stop. You don't need to keep going. And it pretty much forces them to go top down, as Her Honor had instructed. Wow, what a difference this makes, huh, Vinny?
Much better. Much better. Much better. And part of the reason a lot of people were saying, why don't you put a not guilty box next to each lesser included? The problem is the law in Massachusetts doesn't permit that. They don't permit partial verdicts for lesser included offenses. So if you put the box in there and they actually check a not guilty verdict, then jeopardy attaches.
Bingo.
And if they get hung on a lower, lesser included offense, the person can't be retried for the top offenses. That's the way Massachusetts wants it. That's the law. The judge is following the law. That's why she didn't put those not guilty boxes as a choice there. But the jury clearly needed more guidance because we had similar problem, slightly different, but a similar problem with the first jury. So this is much clearer. It's in bold. I always read the bold, right? You're not going to pass by the bold. It's not a footnote. It's not an oral instruction, a verbal instruction. It is written down on the slip so they can all read it together and understand how you do it step by step. So let's hope and pray, because all we want is the jury to understand how they are to communicate whatever their agreements are inside that jury room. The first jury didn't know how to do it. They did not understand it. And if the second jury is having problems as well, it's not a problem with the citizens, the 12 in the box, now 24 in the box. It's a problem with Massachusetts system of justice and the way they communicate with the jurors. So they need to fix that. I think hopefully the judge fixed it on this verdict form. Let's hope, because that's the bottom line. You don't want a jury to agree to something and then not know how to communicate it to the judge and to the court and to the public.
You're absolutely right, Vinny. And as I'm reviewing this form, and we're working right now to get it ingested into our system so that we can show it to everyone, and you'll see what Vinny and I are talking about here. It's almost like the way Judge Beverly Cannone was saying it to the jury when they were in the box yesterday afternoon, and she was saying, you know, you start at the top. If you find not guilty, here, just stop. The inquiry ends right there. But if you don't, keep on going. And then it's almost like her verbiage that she used yesterday in the courtroom has been now attached to this in bold, as you noted, Vinny, to make it so simple so that they look at each number one by one and understand what's at stake here. So this is a big deal that this was added yesterday afternoon, and I think perhaps a little known fact as well, because since this wasn't released until this morning, moments ago, we weren't able to pour through it. Vinny, tell me, seeing this now, noting that it's Wednesday, you made the point earlier about how tomorrow's Thursday, tomorrow's the Juneteenth holiday. We don't know if court would even be in session on Friday after that. Do you think we're likely to see either a verdict or the jury come to no decision today in the declaration of a mistrial today, this Wednesday?
Yeah, my gut tells me that today's the day that the jury will speak. And when I say the jury will speak, they'll let us know where they are. You know, we're deadlocked, we've reached a verdict, and hopefully if they've reached a verdict on one or more counts, they communicate that. And they don't leave any gray area here. Here's where we are on charge 1, here's where we are on charge 2, here's where we are on charge 3. That is so crucial, so important in the way all this has played out, especially after the first trial. I think the other thing that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts should do on these verdict forms, if it's a lesser included, instead of just listing them as numbers, because they're all listed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if you just look at it, they all kind of look the same. If it's a lesser included, I've seen this on other verdict slips in other states, indent it. And maybe don't call it number 3, call it 2A, 2B, 2C. However you want to make it so it's clear that it's a lesser included rather than a completely separate charge. Because if you just list them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they all look like they're the same, but they're not the same. They're not the same. There's a huge difference between the top charge and the lesser included. Big difference in how it impacts what could happen if they're deadlocked. And I think that clarity would help. But I think this judge's instructions are perhaps something she may use every time in the future when she's got lesser included charges in a case.
I sure hope so, Vinny. I'm with you. Let's go through, while we have a moment, these lesser included offenses for anybody wondering. So we've got the big umbrella of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol. And underneath that, the possible lesser included offenses, if they don't find her guilty of that charge, could be involuntary manslaughter. That's an option. Motor vehicle homicide, which is a felony, OUI, including negligence, another potential option. Or the operating under the influence of alcohol offense, the lowest of them, that number 5 that was used as the example yesterday. And Vinny, speaking of course, everybody wants to read the tea leaves with that question when the jury said, what if we were to say, for example, we find her guilty of count 2, subsection 5. What does that mean of the overall charge? And everybody right away said, oh, does that mean they want guilty of operating under the influence to be the only charge they're finding? How important it is, do you think, that we take them for their word that that was an example?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I don't know if they realize the impact that that has on everyone. Whether it's John O'Keefe's family, Karen Reed, her family, the lawyers, the public. You start sending out saying not guilty, and then you start giving examples. I would think you would know, but maybe they don't, how people are going to react to that. There's going to be a visceral reaction and expectation. People aren't going to say that that's the expectation, but why would you use an example if it wasn't where you actually were? Because then, could you imagine, you know, you send out a message saying, if we're not guilty on 2 charges and we're hung jury or hung on a 3rd charge, and then you come back and that's not indicative of the final verdict, people are going to be like, well, what just happened? Why would you send that out? It's almost cruel to the parties involved, both sides, that you would send that out. I mean, the gut punch that the O'Keefe family must have felt when that note was sent out, and then the level of potential optimism that the defense felt and Karen Reed felt at that moment. It's almost cruel to both sides. I'm not blaming the jury. No one instructs them on how to do anything, specifically in the way they communicate back and forth. But that's the impact of it, right? So I'm taking it that they would understand that. And if they understood that, I think it would sort of mirror or track where they are in their deliberations. If not, then it's tough. It's really tough on the parties involved in this case if it comes out very different from what they've indicated so far.
A point well taken, Vinny. You're so right. As you know, when you're on a jury, it's a very isolating, intimate process of deliberations. It's secretive. You're in a small room with other people. The doors are closed. There's not a big gallery of people watching. So you're right. You wonder if they're thinking at all about the big stage watching, you know, all of the audience all over the world who are interested in the outcome of this case, and how just those little tidbits of information can be received and the impact that they may be having on parties on both sides. It's an important point.
Yeah, it's important. And I had jury duty. I didn't deliberate, but I had jury duty.
I remember you telling me.
And
yeah.
I was in the box. I ended up being an alternate. And the experience that I had, and I have to think this jury as well, they're in such a small courtroom, is that there is an emotional aspect to it where you understand how important this is for the parties involved. Like, for me, it was the plaintiff, it was the defendant, it was a doctor, and it was a patient, you know, who was struggling. And you felt bad, and you felt for both sides on a very human level. And these folks have been, and that was a 4-day trial. This was a trial over the course of months. And you're in the room with John O'Keefe's family. You're in the room with Karen Reed and her family. You've got to understand what they're going through. So from a human perspective, I was very cognizant of that, extremely cognizant of that. And I think it would have seeped into my deliberations to a certain extent. I think in the end, absolutely, you follow the law. But in terms of communicating with the court, I've got to think you would understand that the impact it would have on families on both sides if you're throwing out not guilties and you're and you're talking about that, and it's not anywhere near where you are in your deliberations.
It's an excellent point, Vinny. We'll continue the conversation right after we hit a quick break. Stand by kindly, please, my friend. We're looking at 16 and a half plus hours of deliberations this Wednesday morning here on Court TV Live. Could be the time we see a verdict. We'll find out together after this.
Coming soon to Court TV.
It's the biggest story that we're covering.
These murders have shaken our community.
He is the boogeyman.
So many eyes have been on Donna Adelson from the beginning. It's terrible. A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
Why do you have something against me?
She wrote a children's book about her husband's death. Now she's accused of killing him.
The high-stakes trials you don't want to miss. Coming soon, only on Court TV.
Karen, good morning. How are you feeling today?
Feel good. Feel good, Matt.
That was defendant Karen Reed's reaction just a short time ago to our Matt Johnson as she was heading into the courthouse for day number 4 of jury deliberations. Looking at the clock, we're at 16 hours, 41 minutes and counting. Our cameras are positioned also inside of the courtroom on the lovely white fan that has become kind of famous in this case. We're so used to looking at it when we're not filming the action in the courtroom. This is per court instruction. We've got to abide by the rules. And our cameras are also outside of the courthouse. As you know, that's where our Court TV lead anchor, Vinny Politan, is with us this morning. Vinny, we're going to break down this verdict slip in just a couple of minutes together. We've got it in our system so we can show it to everybody. But first, I want to start by asking you, please, what are you seeing with the mood outside? I know you've been talking with people in the crowd. Anything this morning noteworthy to share with us, please?
A lot of optimism. This crowd is 99.9% Karen Reed supporters. Yesterday I found 2 that were here for the other side. But you can tell by the colors that people are wearing, the shirts. There's a lot of optimism after yesterday. I think they are all absolutely expecting not guilty verdicts on all 3. They absolutely are. They believe today's the day. I wouldn't call it glee. I would say it's just the optimism. And then if you talk to them and you ask them, well, you know, what do you think? And they're all talking about, you know, justice, and they're talking about corruption. They believe that there's corruption. They believe justice in the case is to go after the people who were part of this conspiracy that's been alleged by the defense. That's where they are. Almost all of them that are here at the courthouse, almost all of them. Some are just, you know, a smaller portion they haven't proven the case. And that's where they are. The optimism is there. I think what we'll see is, as the afternoon continues, the size of the crowd will grow like it did yesterday. I came here in the morning because Monday it was packed from start to finish. Tuesday, a lighter crowd in the morning. It built throughout the day, and by the end it was jam-packed because everyone was expecting the verdict. I think if word goes out, they're all connected by social media, following different accounts. Everyone who's a Karen Reed supporter within driving distance will be here once there's word that it looks like a verdict has been reached. But I think even without that notification, the crowd will build during the course of the day.
Sure. I think you're right, Vinny. I want to welcome in now our legal analyst guest. You know him as well, Vinny. He used to head up the homicide unit in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. He's a heavy hitter in the private sector now. Attorney Rick Grundy also with us. Rick, we just got some big information from Vinny and Matt and our team there that the judge did in fact amend the verdict slip after the jury came back with the confusion, in particular over page 2, count 2, and how they should work through it. So we've got it. I want to put it up on our screen and let you take a look at this, Rick, and see the difference here as we scroll through and see how right after you look at number 1, you know, of course, that's what they're going to consider first, whether Karen Reed is not guilty. That's the first option. And then it says right there, if you find her not guilty, stop and sign the slip. And then we move on to count 2, the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. Check 1 or both of the following, depending upon what you find. And then another bold warning, stop and sign the slip. It works through all of these lesser includeds very clearly, forcing them to stop if they have come to a decision. Rick, you've been looking at this slip for a long time in Massachusetts, now seeing this amended version. What do you think, please?
Well, I think, you know, as we said, there's certain legal aspects to it, not including the not guilty. But as Vinny and yourself have been saying throughout, you got to take into consideration who these people are and what they're trying to deal with. It's like being in a country and not speaking the language. I think even little things like when they came back, and I think they asked their questions in hypotheticals, because one of the instructions they receive is never reveal what your vote is during the course of your deliberations. So when they come out and say, well, what if we found this way on a couple accounts? I think that was, we've done that, but we're not supposed to tell you that. So they're feeling their way in the dark, no doubt about it. I think the revelation of these amended instructions also may piece together the timing of yesterday's break. Initially, and to some extent, I still think that might have been I think we're there, let's go home, let's sleep on it. As the minutes tick by this morning, perhaps not. But if in fact they got this later in the afternoon, they might have said, all right, now we realize that we have a whole lot more work to do to get through this as we now understand it. Let's not dive into that this afternoon. Let's come back tomorrow morning. One other thing I wanted to mention with respect to the jurors and having young jurors, for all the young litigators out there, when you have a case that's, for whatever reason, they're going to need a lot of jurors, watch out for your May trial dates because it's endemic within the system. And one particular reason is they want to have a large group of jurors. And in May, all these college students who have deferred are available and looking to do their jury duty. And it's happened to me in the past. You're going to get swamped with younger jurors. And if your case is not good for that, you're going to have a task on your hands to limit those jurors.
Rick Grundy, such great information, insight, and analysis you just gave us. Where do I begin? I know where I want to begin. I want to back up a little bit and focus in on what you said. Such a great point. You said jurors are instructed during their deliberations not to reveal their vote and how they're leaning. So here we are taking them for their word when they passed to the bailiff that note last night about, well, if we want to find Karen Read not guilty of 2 counts and we're stuck on the other, what does that leave us with a hung jury on all 3? I see what you're saying, that maybe they're just saying that, and maybe it's really not 2 not guilties. Vinnie Politan, what's your thoughts on what Rick Grundy just raised here for us?
I trust Rick, but it's cruel. It's absolutely cruel to communicate that. And I'll get back to it. Could you imagine being in John O'Keefe's family and you're waiting for this verdict and you hear that they're talking about 2 not guilties? If you're Karen Read, the rest of your life is up in the air. Are you going to be locked up or are you going to be free? And you're hearing 2 not guilties. Wow, wow. They didn't, and I think they can interpret that 2 ways. And Rick could be right on with that they completely just want to throw something out there, potentially. But they didn't indicate which counts, right? 2 of the counts. They didn't indicate which ones. But they did indicate one of the charges. So I don't know what to make of it. I really don't know what to make of it. I just, having sat in that box, I was so wary of the emotions of the case and of the people involved and how important it was for them. And that was just a malpractice case. This is a murder case. It doesn't get more serious than this, but it's possible. And at the end of the day, I always end all analysis of jury deliberations with, at the end of the day, we have no idea. We have no idea what these 12 people are saying. You know, there's only one time I think that a camera's ever been inside a jury room, and that was they voluntarily did it, but we don't know. We don't know.
You're so right. We're going to keep trying to read the tea leaves, so to speak, after we hit a break. Vinnie Politan, Rick Grundy with us, and thank you for being with us at home. We're almost at the 17-hour mark of jury deliberations in this case in Dedham, Massachusetts, that's being tried for the 2nd time. Will it need to be tried a 3rd time, or will the jury reach a verdict? We'll be back.
Netflix could be right for you.
So, did you drive your car into John?
I did not drive my car into John. Didn't reverse it. Did not hit John with my car.
Is there any chance this was an accident?
There is zero chance this was an accident.
That is one of the pieces of evidence introduced in the case against defendant Karen Reed that we just watched. Welcome back to Court TV Live as we continue on the verdict watch in her case over the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. We're getting closer and closer to hitting the 17-hour mark. And we know that one of the questions the jury asked of the court was how they should consider pieces of evidence like the one we just watched. They asked the judge if they can consider the clips as evidence. Might that be concerning to the attorneys, particularly the attorneys on the Commonwealth side? Let's bring back in former prosecutor and Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan and the former head of the homicide unit in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, where this case is being tried, attorney Rick Grundy. Rick, I'll begin with you this time, please. How concerned would you have been about that question had you been trying this case for the Commonwealth?
I think it's a continuation of the jury really having a difficult time fumbling through the jury instructions, and not their fault. Obviously, this is a big change between jury 1 and jury 2, and Hank Brennan went to a great deal of effort to get all of these clips. You know, knowing in all likelihood she would not be taking the stand, this would be what they heard from Karen Reed, intersplicing it into the case in pertinent areas. And something like this particular statement, you know, considering it crucial to their case. And the jury went out and they spent, you know, my estimate is close to 2 days of deliberation, not knowing that this whole piece was evidence and something that they can listen to and should be taken into consideration during their deliberations. This particular clip, you know, she says, I never put it in reverse. So in order to get beyond that, you have to disregard the Commonwealth's expert, who very definitively says it went into reverse at this particular time. It reversed for this particular amount of space at this particular speed. So, you know, that little piece of her denying that's crucial.
Rick, you're right. Vinnie, what do you think? As a former prosecutor, would that question have troubled you yesterday?
Oh, yeah, big time. Like, this was some of the strongest evidence that the prosecutor is leaning on. And the question, is it evidence? Wow. I think part of the problem is the way it was presented to the jury. It was like a witness would testify, they would finish, and then, hey, everybody, look at the screen. It wasn't coming in through a witness, right? There wasn't someone saying, oh, yeah, we recorded her, we spoke with her, and here's what we did. It was like, now a word from our sponsor, and we went to a video clip. Bizarre. Never seen that in any case ever before. I don't know how they all agreed this is the way you present the clips, like just randomly put up. But obviously, doing something random like that confused the jury.
Interesting, Vinnie. Thinking about it like a trial attorney, if you could try the case and introduce them, how would you do it so that there wouldn't be confusion?
Well, I mean, there has to be some level, like normally pieces of evidence come in through a witness. I guess you couldn't. Was it stipulated? I don't know exactly the process for all this being entered into evidence, but it didn't come in through normal testimony. Now, the normal testimony would be, what is it, the custodian of records for NBC, the custodian of records for this other place? It might have made more sense then, but if you had all these clips, maybe you just play them all at once, and then the jury knows that this is evidence, right? Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence for the jury, and then you play all the videos at once, rather than someone gets off the stand and then Mr. So-and-so play clip 21, and then we all look up at the screen and we play clip 21. If they're all presented together as one piece of her just talking, maybe they would have understood it. This may be a much more effective way to do it, but in the end, it wasn't, because at the end of the day, they didn't know what they were watching was evidence.
Right. It's a fair point for discussion, Vinny. I like what you said. You know, I feel like what a difference a word can make. The word choice here, clip versus exhibit, right? If you refer to them as, let's play exhibit 2, let's play exhibit 3, then, you know, I think anybody who's watched any Law and Order or court TV before knows that, oh, okay, exhibit, you know, that makes my mind understand that this is case evidence. Rick Grundy, what do you say? If you had to try the case, would you have done it this way, the way that Hank Brennan did it, or differently? How so?
Well, I think this was, as Vinny said, this would have had to have been a stipulation, because it would not enter in just like, here's a clip, take a look at it. So I think what was a good side and bad side of doing it in a proper manner, if there were not a stipulation, and I would have looked at that as a prosecutor, and you'd have to balance, is this just going to make it more of a circus? But I might like as a prosecutor, and I certainly would dislike as a defense attorney, if I brought in the interviewer from 2020, and I brought in the interviewer from Vanity Fair magazine, and on, which I really think would have further besmirched the defendant by, she's sitting with all these network TV shows, she's sitting with these publications, these gossipy publications discussing this matter. And then, okay, we have a specific instruction, we don't talk about it, but she doesn't testify at trial. I think it would have dusted her up a little bit. Again, counterbalance it with, it creates more of a circus atmosphere.
Right. Excellent analysis from you both. We'll hit a break. It is that time. Vinny, Rick, stand by kindly, please. Looking at the clock, we're officially at the 17-hour mark of deliberations in the case that is over the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger.
You could tell there was some off about him.
He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College Student Murders Trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. We're on a verdict watch in the case against defendant Karen Reed. We're looking live at the courtroom and the lovely white fan on the ceiling, meaning no movement. The jury's still in the deliberation room. They're out for officially 17 hours, 6 minutes, and counting over a period of 4 days' time. Will today be the day that this case comes to a close? Let's bring back in the former head of the homicide unit in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, Rick Grundy, and the head of the anchors here at Court TV, Vinny Politan, on the ground there outside of the courthouse. So before we conclude the hour, and of course our coverage continues all day long, I want to get some predictions here as to what we think is going to happen. And if you're at home and want to share with us your prediction on social media, please do that. We've got the hashtag Court TV Read Verdict. Vinny's got his thinking cap on. If you had to guess, what do we think will happen today? Vinny, to you first, please.
I think after lunch at some point, mid to late afternoon, we'll hear from the jury. What we hear from the jury, I don't know. I'm not in there. But I think we will hear from them. I think there is a level of commitment. They know that this is a retrial. They know because of the testimony during the course of the trial. Usually you don't want them to know, but this jury knows. And I think they will let their voice be heard where they are, whether it's a deadlock or they've reached a verdict on one or more counts. I believe they will communicate that to the court by late this afternoon. Could be at any point today, but I think today's the day. If I had to, guess at a time, I'm just going historically the way it's gone for many, many years at Court TV. It's after lunch. But if it's before lunch, it's usually that 11 o'clock hour.
I'm with you. I think after the lunch break is when we may hear something. Rick Grundy, we want your prediction. What do you think will happen, if anything, today?
Well, my predictions on this second trial have been bad from the start when I predicted that Attorney Jackson would shave his Satan's beard before the trial started. But it's a tough one. I agree with most of what Vinny said. Love you, Vinny. If we get to noon without a verdict, I think we can safely say it wasn't a matter of let's sleep on it, and that means they're still struggling. You have some Friday effect potentially here because tomorrow's another day off. But I think, again, I hearken what Vinny said, that we will hear from them either with a verdict or with a we are getting to the point or believe we are deadlocked before the end of the day.
So you both agree we're going to hear
Julie,
something.
if I could just jump in?
Sure.
I want to just a quick story. So the first trial I covered at this courthouse was Rick's trial. He was the prosecutor. Amazing job. Early days of DNA.
Oh.
Yes, early days of DNA.
Wow.
That jury, we knew exactly when the verdict was going to be delivered by that jury, because all week long they deliberated and they were dressed like normal people. Friday they show up and they're dressed to the T's and they pose for a picture on the back steps of the courthouse before they go in. And we looked at each other and said, yeah, I think today's the day.
Today's verdict day. Oh, wow.
And it was a guilty verdict, of course.
Rick tried a great case, I'm sure. Boy, I wish I could have seen Rick in action. Rick, do you remember the case that he's talking about?
I remember it very well.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Well, I love that story.
Available on demand on CourtTV.com. Massachusetts versus Dirk Greineder for free.
There you go. Something to binge watch. Rick Grundy, that is so cool. Did you two meet back then? I'm curious. Did you have any interaction, or was there an interview you did, Vinny?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We spoke throughout the trial, and I told him his producer was a guy named Brian, also a young man like Vinny at the time, and myself. And we spoke throughout the trial, and I said I can't do anything, while the trial's pending. And then once we got a verdict, we did some nice airtime together. It's great.
That is really
good memory.
Great. Maybe we can dig that interview up too. I would love to see it. I'm sure it was fantastic. Boy, such great analysis from you both. And as we're talking, Vinny, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like it's getting a bit more noisy where you are. I seem to be hearing a little more outside noise, more people.
You are right on. You are right on. As I suspected, the crowd is beginning to grow and gather. What's interesting about the noise level, if you hear noise, you know nothing is happening. When everyone goes silent, that's when you're on alert. It's the exact opposite of every other trial. Because when the O'Keefe family shows up, or Karen Reed and her attorneys and her family show up, the crowd goes completely silent. That's when I've got to turn and say, what is going on here? Not when there's noise.
Wow, boy, that's something. Well, Vinny, we're going to look forward to seeing you on the other side of this break. Rick Grundy, you've got cases to win. We've got to let you get off to court. Thank you for your time and the great analysis today. And thank you at home for being with us. Court TV continues the verdict watch in the case against defendant Karen Reed live after this from Dedham, Massachusetts. 17 hours, 12 minutes and counting on this Wednesday morning. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins. Good to be with you. Here we go again. Another day in Dedham. Another day of waiting for something from this jury. They have been working very hard. And yesterday, those questions gave everybody so much to think about. And now here we are. There was a lot of feeling that they were going to come in today after saying, hey, we want to go home early. Yesterday, maybe they were just going to sleep on something, come back, and immediately possibly have a verdict. That doesn't seem to have happened. So here we are, back to the waiting game. People inside the courtroom, the staff are there. The fan is there, obviously, working away. The jury is there, 17 hours, 17 minutes. And then outside the courthouse, people are gathering once again in high anticipation that at some point today, Karen Read may and likely will find out her fate. Matt Johnson is there at his post outside the courthouse. Let's start, Matt, with the mood today. After all of the drama yesterday, here we are back for another day.
Here we are, day 4 of this verdict watch of Karen Read, the Karen Read murder retrial playing out in this tiny, tiny town. And we're in this historic square where this 300-year-old courthouse is behind me. And the crowd of people, it's swelling, it's growing in size each and every day out here on the courthouse steps. If you talk to anybody, they believe that today is going to be the day that it comes down to this. They believe we will have a verdict, and shortly, according to this crowd here. But you can hear the rumbling of people talking to each other. They're not very loud, they're not shouting, they're not cheering. We are within the buffer zone, but restrictions have been lifted. No signs and no cheering can take place, which is the reason why you see the defense team coming out and making the love symbol in sign language. That's what they tell us, to their supporters, and they don't answer any questions or say anything to the supporters that can be heard inside the courthouse. In there, you can see that the fan is rotating, but I'm hearing word that there is no jury questions and the jury is not being brought in right now. I have heard from Team Read that they have not been summoned back to the courthouse. Remember, they have to be within 10 minutes if there is a jury question or anything of that nature that needs to be addressed. Also, it's Court TV cameras inside that courtroom, and Paul Zenzel, who is our photographer inside there, shot the first trial, shot the second trial, has seen both juries. I asked him if the jury is dressed up today. He said no, they are still casual. That's been par for the course in what we've seen during this 8-week process of evidence and then now 4 days of jury deliberations. But you know, as all the parties were making their way into the courthouse earlier today, I did try to get a comment from this defendant who has not answered any questions during deliberations. Let's play it.
Good morning. Nice to see you. Karen, good morning. How are you feeling today?
Feel good. Feel good, Matt.
So, I mean, that's something because yesterday she wasn't taking any questions in or out of the courthouse at the beginning of day 3. So right there, this defendant appears to be upbeat by all accounts. As for the family spokesperson at this point in time for the Read family and Camp Read, I did meet up with her father as he was crossing the crosswalk here behind me. Let's play that now. How are you feeling today?
Hopeful, prayerful, looking forward to it.
You know, and as for Camp Read, you know, you have William Read and Janet Read. They sat through both trials. That's the parents of this defendant, along with their daughter, Karen Read, on trial for a second time. They tell me that they spend a lot of their time deliberating in prayer and praying through this process. As for the O'Keefe family, they have asked for privacy. That is the reason why we don't ask them questions. I want to make that very clear. But they are escorted in and out of the courthouse with some state police and also local police here in Dedham. They've been wearing blue each and every day during this verdict watch process. So we have the team blue, and then we have the sea of pink supporters out here on the courthouse steps, Ted.
Yeah, it is something else, and every time you see the family members from both sides, you put yourself in their position of how difficult this process is, this waiting game, and it, you know, as much as people think, oh, we're very close to a verdict, we've been down this road before, Matt. Nobody knows. Nobody knows how long this is going to take. And I love the reporting there that Paul Zenzel says the jury is wearing casual clothes. A lot of times we see them, you know, pulling out the old sport coat, knowing if they're going to have a verdict and be walking out of that courtroom. Overall, the mood there is very anticipatory, but you're saying also very positive. There seems to be, because let's face it, this is the lion's share of the people there are Karen Read supporters. There's a lot of confidence there that Karen Read will be found not guilty.
There is. Again, that's when you're talking to the Karen Read supporters. And for the most part, that's who we're seeing here on the courthouse steps and surrounding this courthouse, especially where you were seeing me yesterday in that area where the SUVs, the black SUVs, pull up and Team Read exits, and then she walks up the courthouse steps. There's also a change in mood here because the breaking news earlier that we were sharing with our Court TV viewers, the verdict slip has been changed, and a new verdict slip version has been sent back into that deliberating room, mainly looking at count 2. So count 1 stays the same, but when you look at count 2, it's now a 2-pager, and it adds a lot of instruction to clarify things to this jury, walks them through the process. They're not attorneys, so it walks them through what to do. If you do not find the defendant guilty here, move on. And, you know, if you do not find the defendant guilty here, move on, or sign it, and then that is your verdict. It makes it much more clear for layman people that have been called to serve their community. But it really might be helpful, and it might speed things along, especially after we had those jury questions yesterday. Let's play the judge reading the first 3 in open court. Take a listen.
What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge?
All right, and here was the fourth question later in the afternoon when all parties were summoned back. Quote, if we find not guilty on 2 charges, but we can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? So this amended verdict form could make things a little bit more clear for this jury, the jury of 12 that is deliberating. We're at more than 17 hours, 24 minutes. And 30 some odd seconds at this point in time. And a reminder, we didn't lose any jury members and alternates during this long process, Ted. 3 weeks of jury selection and then 8 weeks of testimony, nearly 50 witnesses. There were 49 that took the stand. Hundreds of pieces of evidence that is back with this deliberating jury. We had 9 men, 9 women in the box, 18 people listening to all of that for all of those weeks. And then, you know, the alternates were selected. They're still on standby, but we have this deliberating jury at 7 women and 5 men. Also very interesting, Karen Read, this defendant, was asked if she feels, you know, how she feels that there's more women on the jury deciding her fate. She said to the media that she actually didn't know the breakdown. So there's that. Ted?
Interesting. Yeah, oh, okay. And apparently they're younger women, which probably, I mean, hey, nobody knows at this point. And once you get to 17 hours, you just start letting your mind wander about all the little intricacies. Matt Johnson, thank you. Love the reporting this morning. Let's pick up with Vinny Politan, our lead anchor. He's outside the courthouse as well, where Matt left off. And that new jury form, Vinny, it's new to us in that it was released by the court, but this was a jury form. This new verdict form was given to the jurors yesterday when Judge Cannone went through it with them. They each had a copy of it. They've had it now for the better part of a day during their afternoon deliberations. What's your take? I was under the, I really felt yesterday when they said, hey, we want to go home. I thought they were going home to get a little rest before the big reveal today, you know, the old let's sleep on it. Yeah. But it doesn't appear to be that way.
No, it doesn't appear to be that way, but there is a level of anticipation here. I'm standing on the sidewalk. There are just tons of people here right now. It is filled up extremely quickly this morning because I think a lot of people were thinking what we thought was the potential for a very quick verdict this morning if they were sleeping on it. The later it gets today, the less likely that was the scenario. Maybe they left because they needed a little time to breathe and then reconvene and start to continue those deliberations. But out here, people are expecting a verdict. They absolutely are expecting a verdict. And if you ask them, they all believe it's going to be not guilty across the board. People aren't talking about a deadlock jury here. They're talking about not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. You know, another thing that's been buzzing because you see all the folks, right? I don't even know what's going on behind me, but we're surrounded. We're surrounded. But people are very nice. Once you start talking, and they know you're live on television. You know, they give you a little bit of space, but it's very crowded here. There's a level of jubilance and noise, but like I told Julie Grant, when I hear the noise, Ted, I know nothing is happening. It's when everyone goes silent that's a moment. That means that either the O'Keefe family or Karen Reed and her defense team and family are entering the courtroom or have arrived. That's when everyone goes completely silent. The other thing, Ted, are the comparisons. A lot of questions. People ask me, is this bigger than OJ? Is this bigger than OJ? And I'm like, well, that was OJ. That was a huge, huge case. But the longer you're here, the more you wonder, are we getting to that level? Well,
you never get to OJ. You can never
get
to OJ. You could get to some other ones.
I know. But Ted, look at this. They are calling Karen Reed's team the Dream Team now. So it would be Dream Team 2, right? Dream Team 2. So while we can make the comparisons one way, I think the feelings of folks are that they've got a dream team of attorneys representing Karen Reed. The question is, will the results be the same as the original dream team? And that's what we're waiting to hear from inside the courthouse from those 12 jurors.
Yeah, I love that T-shirt. Hey, listen, both sides had versions of a dream team of lawyers. The lawyering in this case has been through the roof, excellent, bar none. You know, obviously Jackson, Yannetti, even Little got a little action there on the defense team, and Alessi, boy, when they unleashed him, it was, you know, the pit bull was working the courtroom and nothing like it. And then Hank Brennan over on the Commonwealth side, unbelievable. Now, what is your feeling, Vinny, about these questions, and specifically if we come back with if we've found her not guilty on 2, they said not guilty in that question. They didn't say if we've come to a decision on 2, does that mean if we can't get the 3rd that the whole thing's a wash? That, to me, was a real tell. Is that the feeling you have as well?
What's interesting, and again, I said we're in the sidewalk, so, I mean, there's a lot of people that are streaming, and you kind of blend in. There's so many people. So, to me, and I was explaining this, I sat on a jury. There has to be some acknowledgement by the jury. If you send out the words not guilty, you know it's going to have an impact. You know it's going to have an impact on both sides, right? I mean, from John O'Keefe's family, a gut punch, right? And then Karen Reed's side, a moment of, oh my goodness, are we close to perhaps walking out of that courtroom and getting out from under these allegations and these charges? So I have to think they didn't specify which counts, and I think that's what they were keeping secret. But I have to take them at their word, right?
Yeah.
We could say it's a hypothetical. Is it a hypothetical, though? I even question whether it's a hypothetical, because I think it comes down to vernacular. It comes down to how we speak. Like, if I'm standing on the sidewalk right now and someone bumps into me, you're going to see them, right? If someone bumps into me here on the sidewalk, should I tell them to stop, right? That's sort of a theoretical, but I am getting bumped into a little bit. It's not a big deal, but it's actually happening. So I don't know if it's the vernacular. Like, if we find her not guilty, I don't know if the vernacular is, if we found her not guilty. Like, if we find her guilty, not guilty on 2 counts here, and what is it? Right. I think they were asking for clarity on how to report a verdict. It wasn't like, what happens if we do this? It's like, how do we tell you? How do we communicate it to you? Because the first jury didn't know how to do it. The first jury failed that, and it wasn't their fault. It's the fault of the instructions. It's the fault of the law in Massachusetts. It's the fault of the way these verdict slips are put together. It's the fault of how the lesser includeds are dealt with in Massachusetts. There's no clarity. If 2 juries in a row don't understand something, it's not the jurors, folks. If 2 juries, 24 people who didn't know each other, both come to the same conclusion that things aren't clear, guess what? Things aren't clear, so you've got to change them. So hopefully the amended verdict slip makes it easier for this jury to understand what they have to do and how they have to fill out the verdict slip and how they have to communicate what they've agreed to behind closed doors, because the first jury didn't know how to do it.
Absolutely. There's something wrong, and this is a second example of it, and it's astounding that it would happen again. Now, I don't think it's going to go all the way and happen again. That will be prevented in terms of them saying, well, we're deadlocked because we couldn't figure out the 3rd charge. That will be remedied if need be at the time, because Judge Cannone won't let that happen again, but it is astounding. Let's get a break. Vinny's going to stick around. He's going to meet some more people as we all sit and wait and wonder, what are they doing? What are they hung up on? Stay with us.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger.
You could tell there was some off about him.
He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College Student Murders Trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
You.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowlands. Good to be with you on what could be a monumental day in the case against Karen Read. It's the retrial. The jury hearing the case, now deliberating the case, has been at work for 17 hours, 38 minutes, and counting. That's inside the courthouse. Outside the courthouse, people are gathering. Just like we saw yesterday, as the hours tick on, so does the crowd. The crowd increases, and our lead anchor, Vinny Politan, is in the midst of it all, watching and waiting along with everybody else. Vinny, I want to talk about the last trial and the jury that was confused. You mentioned it just before we went to break. You had the opportunity to interview one of those jurors who came forward. There were a handful of jurors that came forward afterwards and said, hey, listen, we were confused. We did come to a unanimous not guilty verdict on the 2 top charges, but we didn't know how to fill out the form. Yeah. Let's hear from that juror that you talked about, a bit of your interview, and he's specifically talking about it being confusing. It was confusing filling out the verdict form, and the process itself was confusing to not only him, but the panel. Take a listen.
Explain to us why the presumption was that you had to come to a conclusion on all 3. Was there any debate among the jurors about whether or not we have to agree on all 3 counts, or it can be just 1 count, or it can be 2 counts? Was there any discussion or debate amongst the 12 of you about what the rules were when it was time to fill out the verdict slip and determine and let everyone know where you were in these deliberations?
One of the big things that happened was we all agreed and voted, and we kind of not came back to any of those charges. We never revisited them because we had already voted on them. And then we kept on debating on that 2nd charge. And because we kept on debating on that 2nd charge and deliberating, that kind of got us caught off guard at the end in terms of how to respond to that and whether to ask. There was a couple of us who did clearly indicate that maybe we should ask about treating each charge independently, but the majority overruled, and essentially we were left to believe that it needed to be all or nothing.
So what was your take from that guy? Seems as honest as can be. He's got the bow tie on. I have to believe that what he was saying was true. What was your take after interviewing him?
Absolutely. He was there. He's telling us what happened. He told us that they were debating involuntary manslaughter. They had gotten past manslaughter, and they were down to involuntary manslaughter, one of the lesser includeds. And they didn't understand how to do it. He said they even took a vote on whether to ask a question about it, and he got outvoted. So confusion is not good. We want jurors to understand what they have to do. Like, they understood that they have to vote and figure it out, but how to communicate that is so vital to our system. I sense that just the state of Massachusetts and the way they go about this, very stubborn in the way they communicate with jurors. Other states, during deliberations, I've seen open conversations between the judge and perhaps the foreperson in open court. And I think that helps.
Oh,
They're so afraid of persuading an outcome that they don't want to say anything to these jurors. But the jurors don't know what they're doing. They need help. They look to you for guidance and help. It's legal in other states. They need to, I think, be a little less stubborn, a little less afraid to communicate with the jury during deliberations, because they don't want to cross the line where they somehow forced an injustice by compelling a jury to do something. But when a jury has a straightforward question like, how do we communicate if we come to a verdict on 2 counts and we're deadlocked on the 3rd? Do we tell you we're deadlocked on all 3, or do we tell you we're deadlocked on 1? That's an easy question from my perspective. Speaking of questions, Ted, do you want to see what's on the mind of some of the folks here?
I do. I've been waiting.
Oh, all right, we have time. All right, let's do it. Let's just right here. Your thoughts right here, right now, as you've made it your way. I see you're wearing some pink, so I assume you're supporting Karen Read.
Of course, I'm supporting Karen Read. My thoughts are just love to the family right now.
Okay.
Just love to the families.
Do you believe the verdict's coming now? Is that why you're here, or have you been here throughout?
I'm here so Karen can see a familiar face in the crowd, and I'm here.
Wait. Familiar face, what do you mean?
She knows Hillary. She's been here. She's been in court supporting her.
Since pre-trial.
Okay, gotcha.
Pre-trial, first trial.
So yes, I support Karen, yes.
Okay.
100%. Today's very emotional because of the unknown, of course.
Yeah, everything's unknown.
It's the upside down, as Melanie Little would say.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice scarf. A lot of pink, Ted, a lot of pink here. Here's someone, you're wearing pink Mean Girls.
Yeah, the Mean Girls.
Is there any symbolism to that?
It's pink. Wednesdays we wear pink.
Okay.
You know, we want to support Karen every day, but on Wednesdays, verdict day, we wear pink.
So you expect a verdict today?
Oh, I am praying for a verdict today. I was here yesterday as well, and I think the crowd was really looking for it yesterday. So hopefully before lunch, maybe we'll hear something, and they'll give us an idea of what's going on inside.
How late will you stay?
Oh, I'll stay all day.
Okay. Fascinating.
Why wouldn't we?
Fascinating. I have some young people here. I don't want to interview the young people. Are you okay? Are you okay being interviewed? You're okay being on camera? Is this okay?
We just met her, but
Okay. You're young. You're here.
yeah, younger.
Why? Why are you here?
I'm here to support Karen's family, Karen herself. I feel very passionate about everything happening. I think yesterday was a really strong start, and I think today we're leaning towards a verdict, so I think today's the day, and I want to be here to support everyone. Yeah.
How will you support everyone when you hear the verdict? What if it's guilty? What do you do?
Oh my gosh, I really don't know. I think everyone will be in shock. It's going to be an utter shock. It really will be. It's just we've been so invested. We've been here now for years. The whole thing. It will truly be just a shock. It really would be. I'll be really upset.
All right. I'll check in with you later. Make sure you're okay.
Thank you. Please
Okay.
do. Might need an ambulance.
Yeah. Let's go further down. Yes.
Speak to you.
About what?
Not only just about this, but about my brother Keith Haring.
So it's another case.
Yes, it is. Yes, sir.
And is that what brought you here today? Because you feel there's another injustice going on somewhere?
I do feel as though. I feel like it's the same, just about the same thing that my brother's going through as well. His case did go up to the Supreme Court, and he was given life in prison without parole. And honestly, it hurts, you know. And I kind of feel like I understand what the whole situation that's going on and what she's going through.
How closely have you followed this case, the Karen Read case?
Very closely, actually. I'm from Taunton as well, so I've been paying very close attention to it. I actually do want to be a lawyer, so I pay close attention to all of it, all the cases. I pretty much analyze what's going on and try to have a better understanding towards it, so it gives me a better mindset and a better comprehension towards the whole case and everything.
Well, good luck to you. Thank you so much for speaking with us. All right, so people are here for different reasons, right? You've got her own family situation, but has been drawn. And I've heard that more than once, by the way. When I've been here, I've heard that type of story more than once. Let's go to the steps over here. We'll go to the steps. Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Why are you here?
To support Karen Read, of course. Injustice anywhere is a threat everywhere.
How passionate are you about this? Like, what happens if they come back? We don't know what they're going to say. They could say guilty. What would that mean from your perspective?
That's hard to. What would that mean? That would mean that the police better get ready for the streets to turn up, because they see. I mean,
really?
I don't know.
I mean,
at least that you see the support she has out here. I wouldn't. I would hope they come out not guilty.
Okay. Well, we don't know what it is. We don't know. Let's go one more on the steps here, Ted, and then we'll send it back to you.
Hi, Ben.
Hello. Thoughts right in this moment, what are you feeling emotionally?
Anxious. I'm a little concerned that we don't see anybody by now, especially after the questions yesterday.
But you do know it's very common that verdicts come down after lunch. Have you heard that?
Yes. But it's after the questions yesterday, I really thought it was going to be yesterday.
I think a lot of folks did. But everyone's here early today, and I think everyone's expecting that. How much of an emotional toll will this verdict take on you personally? You don't know Karen personally, do you?
No, I don't. I mean, I guess it depends what the verdict is. I mean, right now, the emotional toll of waiting for it has been rough. Like, not even joking, like not being able to sleep well, not being able to focus, taking personal time to come here and be here because it's so hard to focus being that vested. But a huge relief if she's not guilty. And if it's anything but, honestly, a hung jury, that would be devastating. Just what it's done to her, what it's done to all of us. I think that's going to be the hardest one to swallow.
Thank you so much for speaking with us. So, Ted, as you can see, there's everyone's here for similar yet different types of reasons. And I think, Ted, as I stand here on the steps across from the steps of the courthouse, there will be a reaction. I just don't know if the reaction is going to be audible, because the power of silence is what has really struck me here at the courthouse. When, again, I told you this, when there's all this conversation and people speaking to each other, greeting each other, talking about the case, talking about their lives, there's an ambient noise that comes when you have hundreds of people gathered together. But when something happens, when John O'Keefe's family walks in, when Karen Reed shows up in the SUVs, then everything becomes dead silent. I'll let you know when that moment happens. We've got our eyes open, obviously, and we'll continue to be here throughout, Ted.
All right, Vinny Politan, thank you. Fascinating. Vinny's right. There's that theme. The one theme that I think intertwines with all these people, they feel an injustice that has been done in this case. That's their opinion, but I think that's a motivator of why you get up out of your house, put on a pink shirt, and go to a courthouse and maybe make a sign. There has to be something bringing you to it, and I think that's exactly what they feel. Of course, not everybody feels that way. Not everybody is outside that courthouse. Let's get a break. When we come back, more of our coverage of the jury deliberations in the case against Karen Reed. Almost 18 hours.
We received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions.
All right, welcome back to Court TV Live. That was that 4th question, and it's unclear if all 4 of the questions came at once or if that was after the first 3 was read in open court as a sort of separate question. But you remember there was that delay, there was a long sidebar, then everybody returned at 1:30, and that was the order of business at 1:30 of what to do about that last question. Vindy Politan still watching along with us, waiting along with us, I guess, and with a lot of other people. Not just there outside the courthouse, but at home as well, watching Court TV. People on their couches, waiting, muttering, and Karen Read, what's going to happen? So many people invested in this case, Vinny, and we've covered cases, big cases, where people are just all in. And for our Court TV core audience, it's pretty much every week they're all in, and they live and die with these cases. But every now and then, a case touches thousands of people. And that's what we're seeing here. Why? What is it about this case, this woman who was unknown? This is not a celebrity trial. This is a woman nobody knew outside of her own circle, but yet now she is a household name. What is it, in your opinion, that has garnered so much attention?
I can give you my opinion, but we'll get the opinions from the folks who are gathered around me in just a second. I just want to explain where I am and why I'm here. So I moved a little bit further down from the courthouse. If you're looking at the courthouse, we're on the left side of the courthouse, but this is close to the area. If you look across the street, that's where Karen Read and the defense team, that's where they arrive. So there's always a lot of people in this area as well, waiting to see if the SUVs pull in. Then just across from them, you see another sea of pink. Those are the folks who kind of get closest to the defense team and to Karen Read when she arrives, because she'll get out of the SUV, and they're very, 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 very close over there. So when that area starts to buzz, we know something is up. And then in this area over here, these are the folks who are relaxing a little. They're not in the middle of a huge crowd. They've got the lawn chairs, and here they are. But I'm going to ask them the question that you asked me, Ted, which is, why Karen Read? Why Karen Read? What was it that drew you to support her, to show up here?
I think it's important to support women. The manifestation of it.
Okay, come on in. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Yeah. Why Karen Read? Nobody knew her before this. You didn't know her before this, right?
Never, but...
Why her?
It could be us. It could be me. It could be you.
Now, I would ask the dog, but I am not a whisperer. But I'll ask you, why Karen Read? Why this case?
Injustice. Sandra Birchmore has a lot to do with this. Same cast of characters. And the police will not police themselves, and that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Justice for John O'Keefe.
Gotcha.
And Louis, too.
And Louis the dog. All right. I've interviewed some young people. You're obviously young. Why Karen Read?
Well, I heard about this case. I was here last summer, and just looking at all the evidence, it's just blatantly obvious that everything is just corrupt, and just I wanted to be a part of a movement so that she's free. And it's not fair, and we're gonna be here until it happens.
Is this the first time you've ever been a part of something like this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and my brother's a police officer, and so it's hard to, try to see flaws in police officers, because
What does your brother have to say about this?
Free Karen Read.
Wow. Okay. Ted, so I think we got a flavor for it, and I've been hearing similar stories over and over again. It's about corruption or it could be me. I've heard that refrain again and again and again. If you want to go back in time, though, logistically, how do they hear about the case? How do they find out about it? You have to go back to Turtle Boy. That's where it really started. And it started locally, but as you know and I know, it's grown nationally now, here second time around. And I've spoken to people from out of state who have flown in to be here for the verdict as well. So I think that's the best way to explain it. People find a relatability that it could have been me. And there is a growing mistrust of the government and a level of skepticism. And a level of skepticism, obviously, in our system of justice is always very healthy. That's the way our founders set it up, that prosecutors, investigators have to have the evidence. They've got to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And here, folks, I think, believe there's a lot of doubt.
Yeah, and I think there's some historical skepticism in that pocket that is maybe exceeds other areas of the country, which when you did have somebody calling out the Turtle Boy scenario, it gave that initial, like, all right, I'm going to look into this as an individual. And guess what? If you're honest with yourself, no matter where you stand on this, if you look into this case just a bit, you do see at the least a horrible investigation and horrible behavior from the people who were charged with figuring out the truth. And that the combination gets people's attention and gets their emotions running. Vinny, we'll check in with you in just a bit. We'll get a break. But first, we've been waiting to see what Franz Borchardt thinks. He's a criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and a friend of this show. I look forward, Franz, to your assessment of where we are, the questions, all of it. Put it from your perspective, what's going to happen, and where do you think this jury is?
So I think we're going to get a note this afternoon saying we can't come to a decision. I think the judge at that point will charge them, do an Allen charge. But I predicted it this morning, Ted, and I know nobody wants to hear me say this. I think they're going to be hung as to whatever count they're hung on. I think the defense will have learned its lesson and ask for clarity on if there was unanimous decisions on any other counts. And jeopardy will attach if there is, in fact, an acquittal as to those counts. But I'm suspecting at this point it is looking highly likely for a hung jury.
So what about the note saying what if we come to a not guilty? Do you think that was complete hypothetical, or do you think they indeed have come to not guilty unanimous verdicts on 2 of the 3?
So the problem with notes is always, at first glance, it looks like, hey, they're probably at an acquittal for 2 of these counts. But we don't know if that was one juror, if that was a small group of jurors, if it was a minority of jurors, and then there were some holdouts. So we don't know what we don't know, right? It is the classic, we can read tea leaves all we want to, but Ted, having done this for 20 years, I've had cases where they come out with a question and I thought, oh, they're about to acquit my client, and then 5 minutes later, they convict him. So at first blush, yeah, it looks like they're going to acquit on some counts, but we don't know what we don't know. And the problem is the longer they're in there and the longer it's quiet and we don't have questions, the more it becomes a question of, well, man, those questions yesterday really did seem like they were focused on the OUI. And if it was just an OUI issue, it seems like that would have been resolved already. And it hasn't been. Now, that all being said, at any minute that clock can stop. Yes. So I'm looking at the weather. I got a 50% chance of rain, a 50% chance of it's not going to rain. So we're all going to wait and see, but I'm leaning towards hung jury, Ted.
All right, let's get a break. We'll get you back into the fray outside of the courthouse. You can see on the verdict clock, the deliberation clock, it is now eclipsed 18 hours and counting that this jury has been working to decide the fate of Karen Reed. Vinny, amongst the sea of pink. We'll get back to him right after this.
We're getting you ready for the biggest trials across the country before court is in session. Plus, deeper dives into true crime stories with our daily spotlight.
Opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
It's the biggest story that we're covering. He is the boogeyman.
So many eyes have been on Donna Adelson from the beginning.
A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowland's going to be with you on a huge day here, possibly, especially in Dedham, Massachusetts. 18 hours, 8 minutes and counting. That's how long the jury has been deliberating the fate of Karen Read. We heard a lot of questions yesterday from this jury. Haven't heard anything yet today, which is just building the anticipation. Let's go back outside the courthouse. Vinnie Politan continues to help us through our rolling coverage of this event. At this point, Vinnie, we're getting now to the number of hours where if you believe that they're down to the one count, the manslaughter, and they're having trouble with it, there could be a scenario here, which Franz talked about, where at the end of the day, this could come back as another hung jury. And if you factor in human beings battling, if indeed they are disagreeing, could you also factor in the Michael Ayala tug of war scenario where, okay, maybe they were close on those other 2 counts, but now everything's in play, and you think about the movie 12 Angry Men. The longer this goes, it's better at this point for the Commonwealth, is it not, given the questions asked yesterday?
I think so. I think so. I agree there. But I still don't think it's a long deliberation. It's not till the end of the day today. If we get into Friday and then next week, it's a long deliberation. We're still in that window of time for a trial of this length that a normal deliberation would come back likely this afternoon, like late this afternoon. Then you're into like more than 22 hours or so of deliberations for a trial this long. We had some half days in there, obviously. You've got a little bit of a Friday factor playing in here because there's no court tomorrow. So in a normal case, I would expect a verdict. I've been saying it all week. I was saying Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday after lunch. So that would be normal. I'm not predicting that's when it's going to be happening, but that would be a normal case. And I'd be, okay, I get it. That's what usually happens. But if we get past then we're getting into a long deliberation. Then I would be more concerned about a deadlock. Now, where I am, Ted, right now is I'm across the street now. So I'm right next to the courthouse in this very exclusive area. And I just wanted to ask some folks why they chose this area to wait. Why here?
Oh, we love watching the team arrive and show Karen our love by doing our hand signal and staying quiet.
And how long will you wait here?
Till 4 o'clock today.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know everyone's got a phone, everyone's on social media. I'm sure you're following lots of people who are posting and streaming about this, some people connected to the inside. Are you guys getting word of when they're on their way?
No, we just see a lot of flurry of activity over here sometimes, so that's how we know.
Don't engage with them, just remain silent.
And now they're getting some instructions on how to interact with people. I mean, it's part of the whole thing here, right? Because we're in the buffer zone, so there's a certain decorum that's expected. And one of the quasi-leaders of the Free Karen Read movement is going around and reminding everyone and instructing them how to comport themselves.
Hey, Vinny, you know what?
In those big moments when everyone arrives.
Yesterday, we're going to hit a break real quick, but yesterday when that person was doing it, it wasn't long afterwards until the limos pulled up. So I wonder if that, maybe?
Yeah, I think she does have some connections. I think she has some connections, so I'm not going to leave. We're going to stay right here.
All right, you stay there. We'll get a break in. And now, just in case there is something brewing, the jury continues to deliberate. We'll head back to Dedham after we get a commercial break. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Remarkably humane. Branch, wildly ergonomic.
Welcome back to Court TV Live, 8 hours, 16 minutes. The jury in the retrial for Karen Read has been deliberating her fate. What are they hung up on? Here's a live look inside the courtroom. There's that fan working away. The fan has become its own entity during Karen Read 1A and 2. Outside the courthouse, there is a sea of people, the majority of them dressed in pink. We also find Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson in his familiar post. Matt, let's start with what you're observing outside and in the mood today.
Just moments ago, I saw a number of state police officers exit the courthouse here behind me. They were discussing things with some of those court clerks and also the security at the courthouse. There's a growing number of security that we're noticing around the courtroom and around the courthouse here. So that is very significant. Not sure if that indicates anything. I'm not hearing word that any of the parties have been summoned back to the courtroom for any questions or verdict. But the crowd out here, it is growing, and everyone out here anticipating there could be a verdict this afternoon. At least that's what they're hoping for, especially after the news of that new amended verdict form, which we'll talk about in just a minute. But outside the courthouse as well, you know, we were seeing all of the parties assemble, coming and going from the courthouse today as the jury was being questioned and then sent back off for more of their deliberations on this day for 18 hours, 18 minutes is where we're at right now. So far, no questions today. But we did see the arrival of course, this defendant, Karen Read, who was not speaking during this deliberation period. But I did ask her how she's doing today and how she feels about day 4. Let's play it. Karen, good morning. How are you feeling today?
Feel good, Matt.
And again, you know, all of the attorneys, they are under gag order. That's a difference from the first trial. This retrial, they're not able to answer any of our questions, even though sometimes we try. As for the O'Keefe family, they are all dressed in blue in solidarity. I have not seen them return to the courthouse since everyone went their separate ways as the deliberation process continued. There they are right there, making their way into the courthouse with state police escort like we've seen during this deliberation process over the past 4 days. I have seen them dressing in blue each and every day. We have also seen just a handful of O'Keefe and Officer O'Keefe supporters outside the courthouse. There could be more, as there are also people in plain clothes, not just the folks dressed in pink. Oh, that was just someone waving, riling up the crowd. For the most part, the crowd has been very quiet, especially when this defendant has been here. As for Camp Read, the spokesperson of the family appears to be the father, and we've seen that through Trial 1 and through Trial 2. Here's his reaction as we are in this verdict watch earlier this morning. Take a listen. How are you feeling today?
Hopeful, prayerful, looking forward to it.
All right, so that's what Bill Read telling myself as he crossed the street, as all parties were assembling this morning. Yesterday, he was telling me that he, his wife, and along with Karen Read, the defendant, they've been spending a lot of their time during these deliberations in prayer.
Yeah. Matt, we've covered a lot of trials, and in every courthouse is a little bit different in terms of communication with the public, with the media. Sometimes when a jury has a verdict, they push a button and there's a buzzer. Sometimes it's a PIO that comes out. Sometimes it's a bailiff. Sometimes it's a court-appointed member of the staff that says, hey, we have a verdict, we have this, there's a question. There's none of that here. We're literally looking for SUVs driving down the street.
Right. Well, you know, for starters, this courthouse here behind me in Dedham Square, a historic part of our country, it turns 300 years old on 4th of July. So that tells you something. So we don't have a light system let's set up anytime that the jury has a question. There is no PA system. All parties make it your way back to the courtroom. There's a question or there is a verdict. None of that like we see in modern courtrooms. But I can tell you this much. Paul Zenzel is our photographer on the inside. He's been the pool photographer for Trial 1 and Trial 2. He's seen both of these juries. He tells me that this jury not dressed up today on day 4 of deliberations. A lot of times you'll see a jury get dressed up, wear their best suit, wear button-up shirts. This jury tends to be a bit casual, and that hasn't changed today. But we did see a change in the verdict form, which I alluded to, especially the second charge. Let's put it up on your screen. So the jury today, they are deliberating with an amended form, which includes a lot of brackets and a lot of added instruction that they didn't have until now. I'm not going to read the whole thing for you. I've posted it on X, formerly Twitter. But, you know, it basically says check one or both and then move on, because there's a lot of lessers included in the second charge, which is that manslaughter charge while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So there's a lot more instruction and just basically walking this jury through, we hope, what they need to do to reach a resolution and hopefully get through what they may be stumped on. And there's an indication that they might be stumped on this second charge because of the questions that were submitted to the court yesterday. Let's listen.
What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge?
This jury might also be wondering about perception, not only this crowd, but this community that remains divided, because there was a fourth question yesterday. Mid-afternoon, they submitted a question and all parties were summoned back. Take a look at your screen. Right here it is. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but cannot agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1? The judge sent back a note saying this is a theoretical question. We cannot answer it. And, you know, per the law here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, she cannot. But it depending on how you read the tea leaves, Ted, that's where the jury was left yesterday.
Matt, turn around. Is that an increased presence of law enforcement on the steps, or is that about normal?
You know, it's hard to tell because it is an increased presence of law enforcement around the courthouse. That's state police that maintain the buffer zone. So they are in the blue and electric. So those are the guys dressed in full blue. They have the hats. You usually see them with the crowd of supporters down here. The people in the white shirts, that is court staff, court security. Those are basically the bailiffs, as you would call them in other states. There is an increased number of them for this trial overall. Have I seen more of them in the past couple days? Yes. Have I seen more today than yesterday? No. But occasionally they step outside on the steps out there and they survey the crowd. But again, I did see state police just leave the courthouse moments before you came to me. Is that indicating anything? Is there any movement? There might be this hour. We just haven't gotten word yet.
We also factor in, as Vinny said, the person sort of prepping the crowd was out again, reminding people of the decorum instructions just right before we went to the last break last hour. So there could be something brewing. That's the bottom line. And but that's verdict watches. You never know. Matt is going to tell us instantly, obviously, if he sees anything. Matt, thank you. We'll be checking in with you momentarily. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney Eric Faddis. Eric, what's your take on this whole thing, factoring in the questions, et cetera?
Yeah, Ted, so these, the questions are important because they can kind of give a glimpse sometimes into what the jury's thinking about, what direction the jury might be going. You know, here they're asking about the time frame of the offense because, you know, this was a series of events that happened over time, and the government has to make sure they charged it correctly in terms of the time of the offense. On top of that, it appears there's some obvious confusion about the lesser offenses and how the jury's supposed to go about, hey, if we don't decide guilty on one, what do we do with two? And then do we go down the line? That's a problem potentially for the court. And it's a problem potentially if there's a conviction. Some of this confusion could lead to grounds for appeal later in arguing that the jury didn't really know what they were supposed to do back there, which after a months-long trial is a tremendous issue for the court.
I want to play for you a bit of an interview that Vinny did with one of the sitting jurors, the deliberating jurors in Karen Reed 1. And in this, he's talking about the debate that they had over, when you factor in the questions of this one, it might be the same debate that this jury's having, and that is that manslaughter charge. Here's what he said to Vinny when he came forward a few months ago.
As you all were focusing in on that second count, what was the debate there? What were you looking at, and how close were you? What charge were you considering in that second count?
I believe that most of us felt that she was operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, and that played into it. However, to some individuals, there was reasonable doubt on the mechanism to which Mr. O'Keefe actually succumbed and died. So I think that had a play as well. So those were some of the factors that were being discussed in that jury room.
Eric, I mean, if you're watching this trial, you watched the first trial, if you know this case, that's kind of what everybody has to grapple with, right? Was she drinking and driving? I think it's pretty safe to say, yeah. You know, given the video of her drinking at the two different bars. Did she kill John O'Keefe? That's the issue. And did she actually hit him? And if she did that cause his death, or was it something else? It makes sense what they were dealing with last time. Is it too much of a leap to think that this jury might be grappling over the exact same scenario?
Ed, that's my read on it. Hearing this former juror from round one talk about the debate regarding causation, the causation of John O'Keefe's death. You know, the prosecution has to prove not only for that charge that Karen Reed was drunk driving, but also that she took measures to bring about the death of this man. And so, you know, perhaps there are some jurors back there who are saying, hey, you know, drunk driving, that's pretty solid. But was this a vehicle strike? Did John O'Keefe succumb to other injuries or some other event that actually took his life separate and apart from Karen Reed's actions? And if they're debating that, it sounds like they are close to, or at least considering reasonable doubt or a possible hung jury on that charge, which I'll mention is the lesser offense as compared to charge one. And so a lot of dissension, it sounds like, back in that jury room, or maybe they're just being overly thorough, sometimes hard to tell.
Yeah, absolutely. You get, though, into the several days and several hours, dissension becomes usually the scenario on some level. And it doesn't mean it's, you know, they're screaming at each other. It's just that camps form, right? You form a camp, you get an opinion, you stick with it. And in a high-profile case, you may see people stick with their opinions even more so than they would in a case that they don't think anybody's watching. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll hear more from that juror from Karen Reed 1, what they went through in the deliberation room. They ended up not being able to figure out how to fill out the verdict form. This jury likely won't have that issue, but they seem to be possibly debating that same thing, that manslaughter charge. 18 hours, 30 minutes and counting. Stay with us.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger. You could tell there was some off about him. He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College student murders trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
The brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger. You could tell there was some off about him. He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College student murders trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
Welcome back Back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowland's going to be with you as we wait collectively for this jury in the case against Karen Read to come up with a decision. Will they be able to come up with a decision? The first time around, it was a hung jury, of course. This time, we'll have to wait. They've had several questions, but all those questions were yesterday. So far, nothing yet today. So for some insight, we're going back and we're listening to what that first jury went through the eyes of one of the sitting jurors, one of the jurors that was inside that deliberation room that ended up with the hung jury. That individual talked with our Vinnie Politan. And one of the questions throughout this case has been the whole, did I hit him, did I hit him? The significance of it, first of all, Karen Read obviously said it. She says, did I hit him? With a question mark. But there were several witnesses that took the stand in both of these cases, Jen McCabe being the primary one, saying that it was absolutely, did I hit him, with no question mark at all. And then I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I hit him, I hit him. What did that first jury think about those witnesses and their recollection that Karen Read basically admitted to hitting John O'Keefe?
Ronnie, did you listen to those witnesses and did you hear a confession from Karen Read, and do you believe that she confessed to striking John O'Keefe with her SUV?
I did not hear that. I mean, to me, it was not a confession. I believe in a moment when somebody's stressed, they may be saying things. We kind of the group found it interesting, and I found it interesting that that was what everybody kind of remembered, when usually in the heat of the moment and the stress of the moment when taking care of a patient, you focus on taking care of the patient and not necessarily what others are saying in the background. So we looked at it, but we moved on from it.
You had those medical experts. You had the trooper who testified about the pirouette, as described by Alan Jackson. You had the experts that were brought in by the defense as well, called by the defense. Did any of this evidence convince you one way or the other about whether or not John O'Keefe was struck by a car, that the injuries were consistent with being struck by a car?
This is where we debated for hours, and so some of us believe that there was injuries there, and the injuries were after Karen had dropped him off, and therefore those two individuals were there at that location, and ultimately John O'Keefe was dead in the front lawn. And so for some of us, it was conclusive evidence that she was guilty. For some of us, though, the injuries were not consistent with a pedestrian struck per se. It wasn't the standard. I understand that there may be different mechanisms, but there was not enough evidence or testimony given on how it could be not the standard pedestrian struck with extremity injuries. And so it seemed inconsistent. So for some of us, it solidified that essentially it was not collision with the motor vehicle that ultimately caused the blunt force trauma to his head.
And which camp were you in? Did you believe it was the car, or did you believe it was something else?
I believe that it may be something else. So it was not, it created reasonable doubt as to what they were presenting as the evidence in the testimony.
All right, insights from the first jury, from a sitting juror on that panel. Let's bring back in Eric Faddis. It's fascinating to hear what, because when you're absorbing the trial, you're wondering, what's the jury going to really zone in on? And every jury is different. And this case was different. He referenced, well, first of all, I want your opinion on the I hit him, or did I hit him? This jury seemed to discount that. Does that make sense to you?
You know, it does. And kind of what it illustrates for me is I used to be a prosecutor. Now I do criminal defense work. And oftentimes, as a prosecutor, your case looks really good on paper. You're like, oh my gosh, I have this witness who's going to get up and say that the defendant admitted to doing this. I hit him. Slam dunk. Let's go do it. But then when you get in the heat of battle, when you're in that courtroom, it's not so black and white. And sometimes there are other considerations, like that juror mentioned, the chaos of the situation. You know, perhaps Karen Reed was trying to piece together in her own mind in real time what could have possibly happened. And what did it come out as? Did I hit him, or is it I hit him? These subtle nuances can make all the difference at trial, and prosecutors have to see that going in, that this might not be a lock just because on paper it looks really good.
The other issue that he brought up, the one that they did disagree on, was what we believe the jury may be disagreeing on right now, and that is the injuries to John O'Keefe. Were they caused by a pedestrian versus vehicle encounter? And this juror said they were going back and forth, and one of the things they felt like they didn't have was an alternative way to explain the bizarre injuries that are a little out of character for a normal collision of this sort. Well, in Karen Reed, too, the Commonwealth came out with more. They brought in Judson Welcher. He did the Blue Man Group sort of demonstration with his arm there, but also they went out of their way to try to address that. How could these atypical, it seems, injuries be delivered via a car? They did a better job. Would that be safe to say this time around than the first time, Eric?
Yes, I think they did a better job. And I think the juror really eloquently states what a reasonable doubt analysis looks like, because the question isn't whether we believe that this was a vehicle strike or whether we believe it's something else. The question is whether there's reasonable doubt concerning could this have been a vehicle strike. And so it's a subtle difference there. But yeah, the prosecution had to step their game up. They had to come with some additional putative explanation as to these other wounds. I personally was not terribly convinced by it. I think these questions remain as to how these wounds on the arm could have been sustained, and we'll see if the prosecution was able to shore that up in the jurors' minds on this one. But it's been a pretty long deliberation so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fascinating to have that the jury perspective from Karen Reed 1 to kind of go back and give you a sense of what was going on in that room and wonder if something similar is going on in this deliberation room. We're continuing to watch 18 hours, 43 minutes, and you look at the crowd there, they're all standing up as though they are at a parade, and what they're waiting for isn't a float, it's a couple of SUVs delivering Karen Reed and her team and the O'Keefe family. That's all the notification we're going to get, is when those vehicles pull up. That means that the parties have been notified and something is happened, either a jury question or possibly a verdict, and you'll be here for it all. Before we head to break, a quick update out of a case in Connecticut where it's day 2 of testimony in one of our newer live trials. We're dubbing it the Preppy Party Murder Trial. A then 16-year-old Raul Valley is accused of fatally stabbing a rival teen and injuring 3 others after a fight broke out at a high school house party. Earlier today, the jury heard from an eyewitness describing the initial confrontation between Valley, who goes by Lido, and one of the surviving victims. Take a listen.
Does the defendant have a nickname?
Yes, Lido.
What is his nickname?
Lido.
Lido? So when you and Hines got to the St. Joe's party, the defendant and his 2 friends confronted you?
Yeah.
And Hines?
Yes.
And without telling us what anybody said, what was that confrontation like?
Between 2 dudes who never see each other, they were in a place where they were comfortable with, not knowing that was a place we were also comfortable with. So they were a little, who are you guys? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. Kind of hostile, not really, but it escalates when one of them grabs Heinz's beer out of his hand. We move outside.
Well, let me stop you there. Before you move outside, does the defendant say anything to you or Hines when you're confronted by him and Tyler and Jack?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay. And at some point in time, someone takes Heinz's beer?
Yes.
Who takes Heinz's beer?
Jack Snyder.
And when that happens, what's the reaction that, if anything, that Heinz has at that moment?
He's pissed off that someone just grabbed his beer out of his hand. So we move outside afterwards. The two of them conclude that they'd fight for the beer back.
Okay, and the two of them that you're referring to?
Heinz and Jack Snyder.
Okay, and at some point in time, did they confront each other as if they were going to fight?
Yes.
What do you recall about what happened next when you were witnessing this?
They both put their hands up. They're about to begin fighting, and the first punch was thrown, but by Lito from the back, and it hit Heinz in this back side of the head, and then Heinz instantly takes Snyder to the ground.
So if you're Jack and I'm Ryan, the defendant is here, and he punches Ryan in the face from behind?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us, when that happens, what occurs next?
Heinz instantly takes him to the ground, and this is like a 30-second thing that from start to finish. And once he gets to the ground, a girl they all knew was like trying to break it up. Lito had a motorcycle helmet on. He had taken it off and struck Heinz with it once or twice, hit him in the head.
Okay, all over a beer. Individual ends up dead. You can stream that trial if you'd like over at courttv.com. We're focused in on Dedham, Massachusetts. We're going to get a break. When we come back, more of the buildup and more of the waiting game. 18 hours, 47 minutes. We're approaching 12:30 Eastern time. There's an SUV. That's not that SUV, but that's what we're looking for. Stay with us. Back after this. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowland's going to be with you on this Wednesday. And keep in mind, tomorrow is a court holiday in the case against Karen Read and in courthouses across this country. So this jury who's deliberating now upwards of 19 hours, they'll have the day off tomorrow if they can't come to a unanimous decision in the case against Karen Read. Will that factor into the process today? A lot of times when a jury is on deliberating on a Friday, that weekend does matter. They come to an agreement. Someone who's holding out says, fine, I gotta go home for the weekend. I think this is different. They've been at it for so long and they realize that the stakes are so high. They have not been sequestered. They get it. They know that this entire community is waiting their decision. I think that day off won't matter to them. Let's bring in crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who's outside the courthouse. I guess first starting off, any movement you see of significance?
Yeah, you know, just a few moments ago, Ted, there was movement at the courthouse here behind me. This crowd got completely silent, very quiet out here as we were watching a lot of the law enforcement make their way back up into the courthouse along those steps over there. You see them waiting up on top, a few of these, you know, French and Electric. That's the color blue. So that's their nickname here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, these state police officers that have been here through the duration of the trial. And we have a growing number of supporters here on the courthouse steps over in front of me. And, you know, who descended the courthouse steps was our pool photographer, Paul Zenzel, who I've been telling you about, and he's been watching this jury very closely. He gives you those shots of the fan because there is no official seal in this courtroom, in this historic courthouse. And he told me he left the building because we're on a lunch break right now. So the jury, it's still unclear whether or not they're deliberating through lunch, but they could still be talking about the case. We know that. But so far, we are at nearly 19 hours on day 4 of these deliberations in this retrial. And a lot to go over for this jury, Ted, as you know. Yes. 8 weeks of testimony from nearly 50 witnesses. And then, you know, this jury was sent back with boxes of evidence and you know, the clothing from Officer O'Keefe. And this year, something new, which was also significant, those big blown up x-rays. The first jury didn't even see x-rays, but they were blown up versions, life size, of his body that are back there in that deliberating room with them.
Yeah, it is much different. We were just talking about the difference in the cases. Similar in 80, 90% of it, but different as well, just the way they were presented from the witness selection, the attorneys arguing this time around, et cetera, et cetera. I've got a practical question, Matt. How are you and the rest of these people going to the bathroom? I mean, there's a ton, there's like hundreds of people sitting in the street.
Okay. Okay, I'll tell you. You know, I mean, you know, people at home probably wonder stuff like that, yeah, right? Like the behind the scenes aspect of it all. So there are 2 restrooms inside the building over here, but you have to go through a lot of security to get on the other side. The men's restroom is near the holding area of the inmates when they're brought in to this particular facility that's 300 years old. The bathroom is not that old, but it's a little strange. There's a shower in the men's restroom. Not quite sure why. But where I am at the Registry of Deeds across the street, there are restrooms here. On the back side in Dedham Square, on the other side of this historic courthouse, there is a library. So there are various public buildings where people are going, because you're right. I mean, the infrastructure is not set up for hundreds and hundreds of people to line the streets here in Dedham Square as we wait on this verdict watch.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought to myself, because you've seen all these people, I've been here all day and I'm not leaving, you know. I was like, oh, boy, okay. So good. That problem solved, and that answers a question that I had. I don't know if any viewers had it or not.
Well, you know why you have that question more so than other people is because you've been in these shoes. Yes. Like, you know what it's like to cover breaking news and to cover a historic event and true crime cases, right? Because you're actually in front of the camera when you're on TV, but then you're standing here and you're working the crowd and you don't get any breaks throughout the day. It's like a double shift plus some.
Right.
And that's a big factor because, you know, you're drinking a lot of coffee to get through the day. And sometimes, you know, you need a place to go.
Absolutely. All right. So I guess the breaking headline at this hour is that they are at a lunch break. We're letting the deliberation clock go because, to Matt's point, we don't know if they're still deliberating. A lot of juries prefer to get their lunches, sit at the table, and continue to talk over the meal. Others want their space, so they go to their separate ways. But because we're not getting the information that we do in other cases out of this courthouse, we've decided just let's leave it running until we're told something definitive. Matt, stand by. We will check back with Matt throughout the day, of course. Let's bring in Eric Faddis. And Eric, this case, we're talking about it last hour. Why do you think so many people are so invested? What is it that has not only, you know, people watch the documentaries, that's fine. In a lot of cases, a lot of those get watched. But it's not very often that people put their pink shirts on and head out to a local courthouse and stand and or sit for 8-9 hours because of some criminal case. And oh, by the way, the victim is a police officer, and the lion's share of the people out there are supporting the defendant.
Yeah, a lot of factors at play. And just for the record, Ted, I have that bathroom question too, so thank you for asking him that. Yeah, when it comes to just the intrigue that has come with this case, you know, there's a romantic element that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were romantic partners. They were going through a tough patch, it seemed, and I think that brings folks in. On top of that, there is the police aspect. This isn't just any decedent. It is a public servant who served the city of Boston and kept people safe, devoted his life to that. You add to that the level of possible police corruption, you know, especially in the first trial. Defense was suggesting that these fellow officers inside the Albert House may have done something nefarious and killed one of their own and tried to cover it up. So when you add in that sort of constellation of different themes, and then on top of that, Karen Reed's public-facing persona, which has been only more prominent in this second trial, I think it has gripped a lot of folks. There's a possibility in some folks' minds of a wrongful conviction or of someone sort of slithering out of responsibility for killing someone. All those things make for a lot of interest in the case.
Yeah, I think you hit it. Yeah, that's you're right. In fact, we're going to talk. We'll get a break here. We're going to talk about Karen Reed out front and how it was used against her interviews during this case. We'll get a break now. Almost 19 hours. There it is. Boom, 19 hours. They've been deliberating this jury. They're eating their lunch right now. So, you know, if you want to go get a sandwich, go get a sandwich. But I'll warn you, jurors come back after lunch very often, so don't go too far back after this.
The WNBA is on iron. Friday, the Wings battle the Sun. Then, the Aces host the Storm. Coverage starts Friday at 7. Find Ion wherever you watch. Ion, it's on.
It's the biggest story that we're covering. He is the boogeyman.
So many eyes have been on Donna Adelson from the beginning.
A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins. Good to be with you as we wait for word from this jury deliberating the fate of Karen Read. We do know from our Paul Zenzel, the photographer inside the courtroom, that the jury is eating lunch. We're not sure if they're still deliberating or not. We let the clock going because likely they probably are still deliberating while they eat their lunch. As soon as we get word that their lunch is over, we'll let you know, pass it along. And of course, if there's a question or a verdict, we'll head into the courtroom. The only way we're getting information is things like Paul telling us, or if we see the SUVs pull up outside of the courthouse delivering the parties because they are summoned via the court because of a question or verdict. One of the things that the jury wanted to know about it, they wanted some clarification yesterday. It was one of their questions. And it was kind of brushed off because there were so many other questions that we just dove into. But one of the questions was, what about these interviews? Are they evidence, A, and to what degree do we weigh them? The judge gave a very very straightforward answer. Yes, they're evidence, and you weigh them the way you want, just like every other bit of evidence. Did Karen Read hurt herself? A lot of people thought she did by doing interviews in between the two trials and being so out front, trying to push her case. You could argue that's the reason those people are outside the courthouse, because she told her story, her version of it. Let's take a look at some of the interviews that were played for this jury.
I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him?
Prosecutors in the Karen Read retrial are using her own words from interviews with Dateline 2020, an investigation discovery docuseries against her as they present their case in chief.
He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
Read is facing charges of murder and manslaughter in the 2022 death of her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Read decided not to testify in the first trial, so these interviews are a way for the Commonwealth to get her words and alleged conflicting stories in front of the jury.
I also wondered, did I say could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
O'Keefe was killed after a night of bar hopping with friends. Prosecutors say that Read hit him with her SUV and left him to die in the cold. Karen Read denies causing his death and claims that she's being framed in a massive police cover-up.
How do you feel about Hank Brennan planning to use your interviews in his opening statement?
Come at me. I would not have said anything that I wouldn't say again.
Read admits that she and John had been out drinking that night, but she says she was not drunk. Prosecutors say her blood alcohol level was 2 to 3 times the legal limit.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
Introducing Karen Read's interviews as evidence is a new tactic prosecutors are using after her first trial ended in mistrial.
I have had a few cocktails. I did black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea.
All right, how did those factor into this case? Eric Faddis is along with us. The jury asked about him. They wanted to know, they wanted some clarification. Should we take this seriously or not, these interviews? So they remember them. What's your take on all of that? At the end of the day, did Karen hurt herself by being out front?
I think on the balance, she totally did herself a disservice by making all of these public statements. You look at the one from Dateline that you just showed, and it talks about Karen Read essentially saying, could I have hit him? Yeah, suggesting that yes, she could have hit him. That is in direct contradiction with the foundation of her defense, which is that this wasn't a vehicle strike. But then you have her own words going to the jury of saying, Actually, with the prosecution saying that that could happen, that's a tremendous problem. On top of that, there were issues in some people's minds with her affect during these statements. She appeared sometimes to be aloof, kind of detached from the gravity of what's going on, sometimes appeared to be really sort of enjoying the attention. And that's just not a good look in such grave circumstances when you're on trial for the death of somebody else.
And isn't that, it's not, I mean, she has a unique personality, but nobody in that scenario, when you're accused of something, nobody comes across to everybody great. You're always going to have people going, oh, I don't like blank about somebody, and you're subjecting yourself to that. On the other hand, you are getting, you know, she didn't testify, but like with the Matt Gutman interview with ABC, she talks about the drinks being weak, and also that she only, you know, she was taking sips of them. And that's that is her explanation of why the Commonwealth totaled up 9 drinks. Well, I didn't drink them all, and you buttress that up with the eyewitness testimony. Even Jen McCabe admits she seemed fine to me. That might have helped her.
Without question, she is in a difficult position, and I can completely understand why to sort of voice her position. You know, there are all these news reports and media coverage, and she wants to have her narrative out there too, and that's completely understandable. You know, I think there are more protected ways in which one can do that through the assistance of an attorney. I was surprised her attorney wasn't even sitting next to her during some of these interviews and advising her. Oh, okay, gotcha. I wasn't able to perceive that from what I saw. But, you know, I was just surprised the freedom with which she was able to speak about her positions in the case. Certainly scored her some points, certainly scored her some followers, but may have been problems on some of the other legal issues.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to speak with some of the jurors in this case as well. Because it's fascinating. All these little things, when you get so invested in a case as viewers on Court TV or people as you see outside that courthouse, you wonder what stuck with the jury, because what sticks with you. Let's get a break. When we come back, more of our rolling coverage of the deliberation of the fate of Karen Read. Stay with us.
Karen, good morning. How are you feeling today?
Feel good, Matt.
There she is, reacting to Matt Johnson's questions. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae, along with Ted Rollins. Thank you for following along on a verdict day possibility. Today could be the day. We're on the ground in Dedham, Massachusetts for the retrial for Karen Read, where the jury has been deliberating now for 19 hours and 16 minutes.
That's a look inside the courtroom, and our photographer inside that courtroom, Paul Zenzel. Paul is part of the fixture of this tiny little courtroom. He's sat
two trials in a row.
Yeah, because it's so small, he has to kind of stand on a riser for hours. But he says that the jury's eating lunch. Not necessarily at lunch, because they're not leaving the courthouse. So we leave the deliberation clock going because we don't have clarification whether or not this is a working lunch in terms of deliberating, or if
they talk about things over lunch. Sometimes that happens.
Absolutely. A lot of jurors prefer it. You know, you bring me our pizza or the sandwich, we'll keep talking. But we do know this, that after lunch is... And after lunch on a Friday, which today essentially is because of the holiday, after lunch on a Friday is the time. That's when you... It's
an opportune time.
Yeah, and that's when we should all be on pins and needles. Not that we weren't already, but it could be coming. Vinny Politan, he's on pins and needles outside the courthouse amongst some other folks that are feeling the same way, I'm sure. Vinny, here we are, 19 hours, 18 minutes. I thought we'd hear something, maybe have a question or something by this point today, but we haven't. Lunch, according to Paul. What's your take? Give us a sense of how people are feeling and how and what you think.
It's a working lunch, right? It's a working lunch for the jury. They're working through their lunch. I'm working through my lunch. I just worked through it very quickly to make sure I could be on with you two. I think the folks outside here are all on the same wavelength that we are. You know, since it didn't happen this morning, they are all so locked into this afternoon, and the numbers have grown each hour here outside of the courthouse. So I think there is an expectation at this point, is the best way to describe it. An expectation that a verdict will come back, and an expectation that the verdict will be not guilty. Anything short of that, people will be disappointed. Obviously, if the jury's deadlocked again, they've been down that road last year. But if they hear the word guilty, I don't know if they're prepared for that. What's interesting about this enormous crowd here is that for a lot of them, Ted, this is their first time through all of this. Like, they had a trial last year, but there was no verdict. So for them, the first trial that they've been invested in, and the first time that a trial that they're invested in may come to a verdict where they hear either guilty or not guilty or some combination of that. And I was thinking just moments ago when I was eating my sandwich just before this, are they ready? Do they even know how they will react in the moment? And I'm not sure they do. I mean, even us, like, we don't know how, like, we always get that rush, those butterflies, and we're just covering the story. We don't have the same level of investment, obviously, the parties and the families. I get it. But I'm talking about the folks who are behind us and in the streets here. Their level of investment is through the roof on this. This has been what they have been doing for more than 2 years. Mobilizing in all this, looking forward, expecting dismissals when there are motions made. Think about this. Think about this. When this case caught our attention, there were pre-trial motions that we were covering with crowds. When on earth do crowds show up for pre-trial motions? Never. That's the level of investment. So I don't know if they are emotionally prepared for hearing the words. Because I think for the level of investment is like family members. So, and family members, I mean, their reactions afterwards are, you know, there's a wide range. They can never prepare for it. But I think much of this crowd is on the same level. So I don't know how this is going to go. I really don't know how this is going to go when the moment comes, because these are, I would say, probably 60 to 75, 80% of these people, this is the first time that they have latched onto our system of justice. We hope they stay, right? We hope they stay. I think a good portion of them will, because they're intrigued about our system and how it works, and in their minds doesn't necessarily work. But that, to me, those are my thoughts right now as we get closer and closer to the time when we often get these post-lunch verdicts.
It is interesting that you say that they're on this level almost of family. And I'm remembering that you were talking to someone out there who said they wanted Karen to see a familiar face in the crowd. And when you followed up, it wasn't that she was family or knew her personally, but she felt like she's been there so much that Karen Reed surely would recognize her as someone who's familiar. What's the conversation, the chatter there like? Are people just catching up, talking about the weather and sports, or are they talking about the things that we're still seeing online? As people are watching this verdict watch, they are still hashing out the details of this case. Which witness was strong? Which piece of evidence was the most helpful, or the problems of the prosecution or defense? Are they spending time talking about the trial, or are they just all eyes on the verdict?
They're talking about what happened yesterday. There is a large level of skepticism about the way the questions have been handled, because it goes back to last year. It goes back to what happened after the trial when the jury came out and we found out that they reached a verdict on 1 and 3. So there is incredible skepticism about the way the jury is being instructed, and that has absolutely been the focus all day today, and it's a direct reaction to what happened yesterday in light of what happened last year. So there's the skepticism runs from local police to state police to the DA, all the way into the courtroom and the rulings made by the judge in this case. They're questioning all of it, and they see it all in the same light, that this is the system. This is the system. And Karen Reed is a citizen, and the system is trying to take away her liberty, and the system, they believe, is not playing fair. And as I mentioned, though, in looking at some of the issues that they're picking apart, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I just know the way I've been reacting and kind of noting it in my mind. There are some things that happen in every case that they're reacting to because they've never seen it before. But then there are other things that I've never seen before that they're also reacting to. So it is sort of multiplying itself. You know, when ordinary rulings that we've seen time and time again happen, or things happen in the court, they look at it much differently because they've never seen a trial before. And that skepticism is there. Then there are moments where, admittedly, we've never seen stuff like this happen, and they react to that the same way. So you kind of pile that on top of each other. That's what they feel. That's the way they're watching this trial.
What did you think, Vinny, of the way the questions were answered yesterday? Specifically, there was the question about count 2, subsection 5. What if we come back with guilty on that? Basically, does that make us, will the whole thing be found, we should be found guilty? Initially, when they were talking about how do we respond to this, Alan Jackson, first thing he said was, he says, well, no, obviously. The jury was never told no to that question. In fact, their question was never really answered. Judge Cannone got the new verdict form. They all got a copy of it, and then she went through it like a teacher would a student with a worksheet in front of them. But the fundamental...
She said, that should help.
That should help. Now go back. But they never got any answers to any of their questions, so maybe they're not asking any more questions because they're like, well, I guess we're not supposed to ask questions because we don't get answers. Were you surprised at the lack of directness from the court in terms of the way to handle these questions with these 12 citizens who don't know what they're doing?
I think what we're seeing here in Massachusetts, and folks who watch Court TV know we cover cases around the country, and every jurisdiction has their own little nuance and their differences in the way They handle different parts of the trial. What I have found here in Massachusetts from talking to the local attorneys, seeing the judge's rulings, doing some, and I didn't want to do it, Julia, because you know, young lawyers are stuck doing it. Legal research, yikes, flashback. But I was doing some legal research as well, reading some of the opinions out of the Massachusetts courts. And they don't want to do anything to influence the jury one bit. And there's almost like this feeling like we almost can't say anything to the jury because it might push them to a verdict, and that would be against the interests of justice. It's like an overcompensation of that, where they are so afraid that it's just hands off with the jury. And after the trial, there's jurisdictions where after the trial, the lawyers go in and talk to the jury. Like, it's not a big deal. Here, you're not allowed to do that. Like, it's so different. It's so hands-off and protective of the jury in a way. But one of the byproducts of that is that there's less communication with the jury. You're more afraid to communicate with the jury, and the jury is kind of less informed.
There's no guidance.
Less instructed. They're doing. The purpose of it is to kind of not interfere with the jury, but the result of it, especially in this case, has been a jury not understanding what they're supposed to do. So you've got to, Massachusetts has to figure out a way to walk that line, so you have juries that know what they're doing and they understand it without interfering with the results or pushing a result onto them. And I think there was an opportunity to do that. But I don't know how the lawyers in Massachusetts would react to that, because I've seen it done in other states, in other cases. So I know it can pass some level of constitutional muster, but in Massachusetts, that's the way it is.
And I wonder if that's going to change now, because it's worrisome that the jury seemed to have a really important question. They had this, if we are not guilty on 2 counts and we can't decide the 3rd, are we hung? That's a very general question that you would think if they got back this reaction from the judge or response from the judge saying it's a theoretical question. I feel like if you understand that she's saying that's theoretical, I can't answer it.
Ask it in a different way.
You would immediately come back when you can with the, we have found her not guilty of, hopefully they would understand that if it's theoretical, then you have to make it into an actual situation that you're dealing with. But we're not seeing that. And what I'm worried about is now the jury is just back there scared. Like, we can't ask the judge. We don't know what to do. We don't want to be a mistrial like the last jury. I'm sure they know that the last jury was a mistrial, but we haven't heard a peep from them.
Yeah. Could be. Who knows? I mean, the frustrating part of any deliberation period for all parties, including our viewers, is that we don't know. We don't know what's going on, and it could be anything. But you're absolutely dead on. I think that might very well be what's going on.
And Vinny, do you think that then is against the interest of justice if the judge is doing that in a way that's actually going to confuse them more?
Yeah, it's 2 juries in a row, so it's not you can't point the finger at the jurors and say, oh, it's just a bad jury, they didn't know what they were doing. It's 2 juries in a row, so there has to be some acknowledgement that we've got a problem here. Now, the way the judge remedied the second page of the verdict slip, I think, was very effective. I like that it's in bold, it's in parentheses. Because part of the problem here with that second page is the lesser included. In the state of Massachusetts, they don't do partial verdicts on lesser included charges of a count. So if a jury, you can't put the little box in there for guilty, not guilty on each lesser included, which would be like the obvious solution, because they don't want jurors doing that. Because if a jury actually fills out a form and checks the box, not guilty, jeopardy attaches, and you can't retry them for that lesser included. So if you get hung on the bottom lesser included, the retrial would just be the bottom lesser included. That's not the way it works in Massachusetts. You go back to the original offense that is charged. So in this case, it would go all the way back up to the manslaughter, even if they were hung on charge 5 of page 2, which is simple operating under the influence. So even if they voted and found not guilty on all of them, there's no box there to check off not guilty. But the instructions are you've got to determine if they're guilty or not guilty before you can go on to the next one. So if they're stuck on the fifth one, we know that they found him not guilty, but because they haven't formally checked the box, jeopardy is not attaching. And under Massachusetts law, that's what they want. Because if there's a retrial and they're hung on any of the lesser included counts, despite finding them not guilty of the top charge and some of them under, the retrial goes all the way back up to the top charge. In some sense, if you just look at that from the outside, you're like, that doesn't sound fair. Because they actually deliberated and all agreed, but they didn't check the box.
Because there wasn't one.
If they wrote in, now we've got a big cheering. Let me see what's going on here. They're cheering for someone. I don't know who. I don't know who it is. Not sure what that moment was, but they're walking into the registry of deeds. So maybe it's someone registering a deed to a home. I don't know. I don't know who they were.
According to Matt Johnson. I agree with you, Vinny. And if you go back to that first trial, that jury, if you listen to those jurors who sat in it, they didn't figure it out. And here Karen Reed is now exposed to those top two charges when, in fact, that other jury found her not guilty. They just couldn't figure out how to fill out the verdict form. So, yeah, that's not fair. That sort of feels like we might be there. Could you imagine they are hung up on whether or not Karen Reed drunk, and there's one juror, and they're like, I'm not going to convict her on driving under the influence because I'm not sure what the timing is.
Right, the 12:45 or the 5 a.m.
Oh my gosh, Bob Alessi would burst into that deliberation room and just
You would
find
hope
her
the
guilty.
prosecution would take that into consideration, but I don't know what this prosecution.
I don't know. Not in this community. I don't think so. I think she's going to be right back.
And Ted, if I could just jump in on that, Ted.
Yeah.
If I jump into that for a second. If, in fact, they found her not guilty of all those lesser includeds and were hung on that bottom one is there because of the defense.
Yeah.
Think about it. If the defense didn't put that in, didn't want that in there, and there was no operating under the influence, she would have walked out of the courtroom. Could you imagine that? The irony of the defense insisting on having operating under the influence. They hang on that, and because of that, there's no not guilty on the second count. Then there is a retrial on manslaughter.
That is good to know. I was wondering whose idea that charge was, because that charge has nothing to do, really, with hitting John O'Keefe. You can be guilty of that one, and everyone agreed that John O'Keefe was not hit by a vehicle. So honestly, why is it on there? It's the defense. Vinny, stand by. We have got to get to a break. But when we come back, we have more verdict coverage, the Karen Reed murder retrial. We could hear something at any minute. The jury should be soon wrapping up their lunch. So that could mean we hear those words from the courtroom. Stay with us.
We're looking for closure. I think everybody's looking for closure at this point in time.
I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge?
Because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
The instructions are very confusing. They're confusing for attorneys, and they're confusing for the layman, who is the members of the jury.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's Verdict Watch in the Karen Reed retrial, and we're live outside the courthouse. We'll be unpacking the pivotal moments as deliberations continue.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Detectives arrested Brian Kohlberger.
I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College student murders trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live, a live look outside the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts, as we continue to wait word from the jury that's deliberating the fates of Karen Read. 19 hours, 40 minutes, and counting.
This is over the course of 4 days now, really 3 days and 1 hour. But let's go out there to Dedham, Massachusetts. We're on the ground. We have our Court TV lead anchor, Vinny Politan, who is in the thick of it with all of the supporters around him of Karen Read. A lot of pink that we've been seeing throughout these deliberations, Vinny.
Absolutely, Julia. And, you know, if I had to describe the mood, it's kind of upbeat right now. I don't know if that's the buzz from everyone just eating their lunch or what's going on, but they're very, very upbeat. I think they're anticipating a verdict. To give you an idea of what's going on here, because I have to cover the story outside the courthouse as well, because it's been such a big part of the story from the beginning. You never know what you're going to bump into. For example,
hello.
So what's your message?
To find the truth.
Gotcha.
Find the truth. Get justice for John O'Keefe. Get justice for Karen Read. This isn't justice. It's corruption.
All right. Thank you so much. Corruption. At first I thought Julia the cat had her tongue, but I was wrong. She was able to speak. You could hear, right? They keep saying the word justice, and that's what it's been from the beginning. The other thing that's surprising me today, as I'm out here, as I turn, can we get this way? We can get this way, right? A lot of young people here, and they're all back. Yeah.
You're a lawyer.
A lot of younger people. So what drew you here?
I mean, we've just been watching the trial. We drove 18 hours from Charlotte, North Carolina, and we've been watching the trial, and the corruption is just mind-blowing, and I can't stand to just sit at home. I need to be here, be present, and see what everyone else.
You drove that far just for this?
Yes.
And is the hair just for this as well?
No, actually, coincidentally, it matches, but no, my mom and sister are over here. We all drove together, but yeah, no, we did just for this, and yeah, the hair coincidentally matches. Yeah.
And I was talking about this before. Obviously, a lot of locals, but since the second trial has gone on a much more national basis, many more people from out of state are coming in. And you're seeing people every day coming in. And the anticipation, again, is that today is the day. Boston Strong.
Yes.
Does that relate to this?
Yes, of course.
In what way?
Because we all have Boston pride no matter what.
And what are you anticipating today?
No verdict.
You don't think there'll be a verdict?
Nah, they need a little more time, I think.
More time.
Yeah.
All right. How long have you been following this case?
I'm from Canton, so.
You're from Canton?
Yeah, I can't really avoid it.
Okay. Did you know any of the people involved in the case?
No.
Are you telling me the truth?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to verify. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And we work our way over to the steps here. All right. There are men here, too. You know, you talk about man on the street interviews. It's kind of tough here because it's about, I don't know, what would you say, 80% women?
Yeah, there's a good amount.
Okay. Why are you here? What's your message?
Because I think the trial affects not just one set of people. I think it affects all of us in the Commonwealth. This is not only about, this spans beyond any type of identity whatsoever. Karen is a person just like us. It could have happened to my mom, could have happened to my sister, could have happened to his mom or his sister. There's really no telling that, there's no limitations on what this case could mean, especially if she's proven guilty on something she just didn't commit.
Thanks so much for sharing your views. Like I said, younger people, older people, small children. School is now out in most of the jurisdictions around here, so you're seeing a complete cross-section of locals, out of town, but all of them seem to be supporting the defense, the accused murderer, Karen Read.
Absolutely. And boy, interesting, the person that thought there's not going to be a verdict today, yet they're still out there.
From Canton.
Yeah. They're willing to sit and wait just in case. All right, Vinny, thank you. We're going to get back to Vinny, but we're going to, I think, hit a break right now. But first, check in with Rob Corbett, criminal defense attorney, who's been watching all of this coverage. Rob, what's your take here? Factor in the questions from yesterday and the fact that there's been not a peep today.
First off, thank you for having me. The length of time that the deliberations have been going on, this would lead me to think that they are leaning towards either a hung jury or not guilty. The issue being, though, factoring the question from yesterday, this jury is aware that if they do not reach a verdict, there is a possibility of the Commonwealth retrying this case. That's why they asked that question in terms of what happens if we have a verdict on the first two charges, but we do not have a verdict on the third one. Will that automatically trigger a retrial? And the judge did not answer that question. I believe that that is appropriate. Judges don't usually answer that type of question. And if I was the defense attorney, what you are hoping that someone gets it in their mind that they need to more tailor the question so it becomes, they write a note stating that we do have a verdict on charge 1 or 2 and we cannot reach a verdict on the third charge. Then that would kick in discussions of where the defense could ask the judge to declare a mistrial, take the verdict on the first two charges, and then if you're able to find out how that split went, then maybe convince the Commonwealth not to retry the case.
Rob, what do you think about what happened yesterday in terms of one of the first questions that were announced? We believe that all of these questions came at the same time from the jury, but the one about operating under the influence, that lesser charge that comes under the manslaughter that just has to do with drinking under the influence and driving. And it doesn't have anything to do with there being a collision, that John O'Keefe's body made contact with her vehicle. What do you think about that even being on the verdict form? And the defense is the one that wanted this to be part of this case. But if she walks away with a drunk driving conviction in this case, is that justice in any sense?
Well, in terms of the first part, in terms of that being a part of the lesser included, that becomes a strategy decision in terms of whether or not you push, as a defense attorney, you push or ask for lesser included. I know some colleagues may say that they're looking for a more all or nothing and they don't want certain lesser includeds to come in. I tend to be on the other side of where that if there is a certain lesser included that may fit, then I would probably ask for that. And the way the law is that if there is evidence to support, then the judge has to include that lesser included. And I would ask for that because then that way that is giving some jurors an out to say that, look, I believe she may have been under the influence, she may have been intoxicated at the time, but did not cause the death of Mr. O'Keefe. And then that gives them a way to say that I will convict on something, but not convict on the more serious charge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that was the strategy. You'd have to think from the defense. It's not a bad strategy at all. It just may turn out to be, in retrospect, something that could be a problem. Let's get a break. Rob, stand by. Thank you. We're going to head back and continue to watch 19 hours, 48 minutes. We're creeping up on 20 hours. The lunch undoubtedly is over. So is this it? This is usually the time when jurors come back. It's after lunch and an afternoon before a day off. All of those boxes have been checked. What about a verdict form? We'll find out eventually. Welcome back to Court TV Live. Along with Julia Janae, I'm Ted Rollins. We continue to wait word outside and inside the courthouse in Dedham, Massachusetts. And just looking at that little intro thing there, shots of John O'Keefe. You think about all of the viewers who are on pins and needles, the people outside the courthouse who are on pins and needles. Those families have been living in this horrible, horrible sort of state for now years, and it just amplifies to a level I can't comprehend in terms of what they're going through right now.
And they're in a way in limbo after that really revealing note from the jury yesterday that has a lot of people thinking that this may be not guilty on 2 charges, even though we haven't gotten the final verdict. No doubt all the emotions that are around hearing those words has already got people's stomachs in knots, one way or the other, whether it's excitement or dread. This has already started. We are already in, it's a verdict watch, but right now it's a verdict warning. It feels like we're in. Let's bring in someone who's on the ground, of course, for us there in Dedham, Massachusetts. Court TV lead anchor Vinny Politan is there among the people. Vinny, what have you got?
Okay, I love that term. We got to use that, verdict warning, because we're past the lunch hour now. Okay, so now everyone has to be on standby. So if a note was sent out during lunch, they would be receiving it now and be notifying the parties now if a note was sent. You have that 1 hour, which is the normal time where, courtroom personnel, everyone's given an opportunity to eat lunch and be ready for a potential verdict or a potential question in the case. So that's where we are. Right now, where I'm standing, I'm giving you the reverse angle of what you've been seeing all day from our live shot, which is up at the top of these steps. You saw the back of all the heads. What I wanted you to do now is see the faces that are not the back of the heads, so you can see the folks who are lining up here. And I'm going to take an opportunity. I have to speak to this young woman who's got a "Don't Forget John" sign. What's your message?
I think that too many people are forgetting who the real victim is. I think Karen is a victim in a different light. John is the real victim here, so I think after this is all said and done, whether we're guilty or innocent, which we know we're innocent, how about justice for John?
Let me ask you this. Don't forget John. What should we remember about John O'Keefe?
I think that John was a human being. John's life was taken too short. John isn't able to give any answers. The only people that know the answers are the people that are sitting in that courtroom. So I think that let it come to light. All that's done in darkness will come to light. So let's hope that we can remember John for who he was and not for this, for who he was as a person. He served his community. Let's serve him. Let's give back the way he gave back to his community.
Thank you so much. I appreciate those words. Okay. You're here.
Yeah, but no, I don't want it. I don't want to be on TV.
Okay. We won't put you on TV. She didn't want to be on TV. We don't put her on TV. Let me tell you, this is really the timing, right? It's after lunch. There's just a few hours left before this jury takes a break the next day. They know that they're off on Thursday. That is not lost on me. I know it's not lost on you. I hope it's not lost on the folks watching at home. It's certainly not lost on the folks who are here. The numbers continue to grow. The volume continues to grow, but it's not chanting, it's not screaming. It's just normal noise that comes when you get hundreds and hundreds of people together and they have something in common and they're speaking. That's what's taking place right here. The general tone, if I had to describe, everyone's very courteous to one another. Like, we're doing this shot here. We are sort of blocking the sidewalk, but rather than push their way through, people are tiptoeing, trying to figure out a way around us, because everyone's very cognizant of the job that we're trying to do, and they're cognizant of one another. If there's someone who has to get through down the sidewalk, you'll hear people scream, "Sidewalk, sidewalk, sidewalk." There's some people here that are on crutches, some people who are in scooters that have to get by, and everyone's always willing to make sure those folks are taken care of. Starting to see a mixture of folks, as I mentioned, from young children of people who are here to middle school kids, college students showing up now. And of course, you have the people who have been here for 2 years. So I think you've got a great cross-section. There's a lot of pink, but there's some non-pink here, but I call them the non-pink supporters. They're still here supporting Karen Read. It's just they're not part of the group that normally dresses one way. So if you don't see pink, don't necessarily think they're anti-Karen Read. It's just they're just not wearing pink. I mean, that's all it is. That's the answer to that question. So
Hey,
the
Vinny, I got a
intensity's
question
building.
for you.
The intensity's building.
When we think about logistics here, if indeed this jury is hung up on manslaughter and one of the levels of it, and they at some point this afternoon decide that they believe that they're hung, they're not going to finish today. There's not enough time left because we're not even into Allen charge territory. They haven't. That process in itself takes time. Give us, if you would, sort of an explanation of if they're having trouble to the point where they alert the court that they're deadlocked, that sort of starts a whole other process.
Yeah. Here's what I find interesting based upon the notes, right, where they didn't get the answer about being hung on one count and not on the other two. Is it or is it not a deadlocked jury? There's another way to read that this jury does not want to be deadlocked. They know there was a problem with the first trial. They don't want to continue that problem. Here's what I think. I think they're going to really be hesitant to send out a note saying they're deadlocked because they didn't get an answer. If they send out a note saying they're deadlocked, they may believe that it's a deadlock and it's over. They don't know the process, Ted. So I think that's going to be their last resort. So that's the only thing that tells me maybe we don't hear from them today. If they're deadlocked, even on one count, they don't know that they can return a verdict on the other two because the question wasn't answered. And that's part of the mystery and frustration that people may feel with them not understanding. It may also push them to come to a verdict, saying, listen, we don't want to be like the first jury. We don't want to be deadlocked. Let's agree to something. Maybe someone's got to compromise. And from that compromise, you get verdicts on all three counts. So I think that's another possibility, that this jury doesn't want to be deadlocked. So they don't know that it takes 2 or 3 notes saying you're deadlocked before you're actually deadlocked. And deadlocked on one count is not deadlocked on 3 counts. I know that, you know that. I think most of these folks out here know that. The viewers know it now. But I don't know if the 12 who count actually know that. Like the 12 who should know the answer to that question don't have the answer to that question.
Absolutely right. It could be a standoff. Judge Cannone not wanting to have a mistrial at any cost, so she didn't want to answer the question, and the jurors not wanting to have a mistrial, so they don't want to send any other questions that are definitive. And here we are, and we continue to wait. Vinny Politan, thank you so much for all of that. We are going to squeeze in a break. Keep in mind, folks, anytime we could hear an announcement there on the ground that we have a verdict or that we have another question. I feel like at this point that would be as big a news because we want to know what these jurors are thinking and what happens next. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's verdict watch in the Karen Read retrial, and we're live outside the courthouse. We'll be unpacking the pivotal moments as deliberations continue.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The WNBA is on ice. Friday, the Wings battle the Sun. Then, the Aces host the Storm. Coverage starts Friday at 7. Find Ion wherever you watch. Ion, it's on.
Welcome back to Court TV Live, along with Julia Janae and Ted Rollins. The clock has now surpassed 20 hours of time that this jury deliberated the fate of Karen Read, has worked to come to a unanimous verdict on all 3 charges that she is facing. And to this point, they are still working. The lunch break has come and gone. This is usually that time when a jury that's close pulls the trigger, especially when you have tomorrow being a holiday. Tomorrow there is no court because of the observation of Juneteenth, the 19th, and that is court rooms across the country. There is a question about Friday, though, because jurors originally were told you'll get Thursday and Friday off. At that point, Judge Cannone didn't realize they'd be in deliberations.
That we'd still be here the way we are now. So there's a possibility, but they don't know. I feel like there's a lot that this jury does not know. They're in that room. They're in that situation where we don't want to bother them. We don't want to influence them at all. And for that matter, they may be in that room not knowing about Friday, whether or not they can take it off or should take it off. You see the crowds outside, our camera pointed outside of the courthouse, the crowds milling around, all waiting to see if an SUV pulls up carrying Karen Read, because that will signal that something is happening inside the courtroom and that they have received a notification.
And the big question is, what is this jury hung up on? What are they talking about? What are the issues, the main issues? What we do have is a juror from the first trial, a juror that came forward. There were several that came forward and spoke out, including one juror named Ronnie that spoke with Vinny Politan. And Vinny went through everything with him in terms of the different parts of the trial that maybe hit or didn't hit with that jury. Here is Ronnie talking to Vinny about the cuts on John O'Keefe's arm and the taillight.
What did you think of the cuts on the arm of John O'Keefe? Did you believe it could have come from a dog?
Again, it wasn't conclusive. To me, it wasn't conclusive whether it was an animal or just abrasions due to glass or scraping against metal. But there was no conclusive evidence on where it actually originated from and where those scrapes or abrasions, how did they get there per se.
Let's talk about the tail light of the SUV. It was broken. It's clear it was broken. I'll start with your perspective. How do you believe the tail light was broken? What caused that?
Some sort of impact, clearly, that caused the breakage of the tail light. I think in terms of testimony, we would have preferred that the Dighton police officer who testified clearly indicated a little bit more information on whether the broken taillight was consistent to when he first saw it at the location at the Reed's residence versus, and then it was towed. And then also it would have been nice to have some sort of testimony from the tow truck driver who transported it to the Canton Police Department, because in that sense, we would be able, whenever you move a vehicle, usually you take pictures or note any damage. So I would imagine that that tow truck driver probably would have had some sort of information, unless he did not do due diligence and actually write down any kind of damage on the car prior to moving it to the Canton Police Department.
What's even more telling about Ronnie's interview there is he's a paramedic. He was someone inside of that deliberation room who had a bit of knowledge about medical emergencies. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney Robert Corbett. Was that illuminating for you, Robert? We love to hear from jurors after they are done deliberating, and it could very well be a lot of what's happening inside of that deliberation room this time around.
I would say it is very illuminating whenever you get a chance to speak with a juror, because some jurisdictions do not allow it. I always encourage people to take advantage of that, because you get the ability to gain insight in terms of some of the things that they were thinking about or things they may have been hung up on. And the issues that that juror brought up, I am sure, are the same concerns that this jury is wrestling with in terms of if you cannot say definitively how those injuries were caused, that's reasonable doubt. If you can't say in terms of how the broken tail light was caused, obviously it's caused by some type of impact, but you can't say definitively or prove how that occurred, then once again, that is reasonable doubt. And each juror can have their own reasonable doubt. They don't have to have a consensus. It can be a multiple of things, and one juror can have one reasonable doubt about this, and another juror can have reasonable doubt about something completely different.
One of the non-deliberating jurors from the first Karen Read case ended up being part of the defense team this time around. Rob, how much do you think they leaned in as a sounding board with that individual as they prepared for trial?
I'm sure they used that person as a dedicated focus group in terms of if they didn't have a focus group or mock trials, but they would run by certain themes with that juror in terms of also ask that juror what was something during the deliberations that really stuck out to you, or what was some of the discussions in the previous jury in terms that really stuck with that jury and things that caused them to vote not guilty. And those things that were shared with the defense team, they were probably, I would say, just really doubled down on that and really honed in on those particular ideas so that they could probably try to get at least the same outcome by getting a hung jury, if not a better outcome by getting a straight acquittal.
Yeah, though she was not a deliberating juror, she was an alternate, but they certainly can talk about what her thoughts were as she saw all of that unfold last year. Rob Corbett, thank you so much for your analysis. We do have to say goodbye to you, but we've got a lot ahead because at any moment, we keep saying it, but it's because it's true. Until 4 o'clock and these jurors go home, they could return a verdict, they could have a question, and Karen Read could return to this courthouse. Don't go anywhere. Vinny and Matt at the top of the next hour.
So, what's your message?
To find the truth.
Gotcha.
Find the truth. Get justice for John O'Keefe. Get justice for Karen Reed. This isn't justice. It's corruption.
The antics are at an all-time high. They're on the ground in Dedham, Massachusetts. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. We are all standing by on a verdict watch, wondering if this jury is getting close to a verdict. Those crowds have been gathering at the Dedham courthouse for the past several days, all waiting to hear whether Karen Reed is going to be found guilty, not guilty, or is this jury hung in the question of how Boston police officer John O'Keefe died. While we wait, let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who is there on the ground outside of the courthouse. You've been there so many days, Matt, I can't even count, but here we are, day 4 of deliberations, the second time around. Tell me about what is happening around you. Seems like we're seeing more security, or maybe differently clothed security behind you.
Been more security arriving.
All right, we have a bit of a problem with Matt's feed, so we're going to wait just a second until we see it clear up. I know there are a lot of cameras, a lot of TVU packs, so that sometimes interferes with the signal. Matt, I'm going to try you again. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you? There is a lot of cell service going on out here, a lot of live view packs, which is how we transmit television nowadays, no longer the truck, and then also cell phones. Everybody's on them and waiting, watching that fan inside this building here, waiting for any sort of movement in the courtroom. We're going to show you, this is the growing crowd across the street. This is where we've been doing our live shots. You see the sea of pink. These are the supporters of Karen Reed, waiting for any sort of a movement as the defense team is expected back here by day's end, whether or not there's a question or verdict or just to check on the jury. So where I'm standing, you can see the number of media from all across the country growing in numbers, especially as we continue this verdict watch, day 4 now. You can see the guards here up at the courthouse steps. These are security officers within the court. They've added additional security for this trial. Let's show you over here. Now they have this mic stand in place, which is something that we saw last year, because the media here now anticipating today could be the day, could come down to this, we could get a verdict, and then right after that, immediately there would be some sort of statements made by the prosecutor, Hank Brennan, perhaps, or by the Commonwealth just in general, Mike Morrissey, which we haven't heard from. And we're showing you video right now of last year when this took place, after that mistrial on July 1st, 2024, where we had Alan Jackson addressing the crowd, and he was saying something to the nature of, we don't quit, we don't give up, and right after that, those charges were refiled, which brings us here today. Let me show you more cameras. It is a sea of cameras out here. A lot of friends in the media as we are waiting this out for this verdict watch. We're going to make our way down over here, and you can see there is more supporters over here. And there's also a lot of Dedham officers. They're always on standby just in case the defense team were to arrive. They usually go to this roped off area, this street that's been blocked off to the general public, and that's where they then enter the courtroom. We are waiting on pins and needles out here along with this crowd. We'll bring you any developments if we hear anything from inside the courtroom.
Matt Johnson, crime and justice correspondent, thank you for that update. Let's turn our attention now to Court TV lead anchor Vinny Politan, who is also there in Dedham, Massachusetts, on the other side of the courthouse. Vinny, what is it like where you are?
Yeah, I'm directly across the street from Matt. I can see him right out of my left eye. I can see Matt on the other side of the street. So behind me here, this is another area where people have been throughout the trial, but especially at this point during the verdict watch, waiting, anticipating what's going to happen. And as that clock ticks, I mean, think about it. Time is running out. Time is running out for today, because we know here things end relatively early compared to some of the other jurisdictions where we cover cases. When we're down in Florida, Julie Janae, I remember talking to you at like 11 o'clock at night covering a verdict.
Oh, yeah.
So that's not the situation here in Dedham. Like 4 o'clock is like the time where if they don't reach it by 4, this jury knows that they won't be here tomorrow. I don't know if they know they'll be here on Friday, and they'll have to continue this. So right now is what I'm calling prime time. Prime time for a verdict is just about now. So the area I'm looking at is across the street where Matt was, right? So from where we are here, everyone gets a great view of where the defense team will pull up. It's also from the back where John O'Keefe's family normally comes up. The security is here, but there are a lot of officers all the time, so it's hard to tell when they're being mobilized. I think when they get into formation, then something is about to happen. That's not happening at this second, but it's going to take time, right? So if the jury has a note, it's got to get to the bailiff. It's got to get to the judge. The judge has to contact the lawyers. Then they've got to figure out what they're going to do with it all. In the meantime, the bailiff will have to get word out to the rest of security here. So what we're looking for and what we're looking out for is security formations that look a little different. We're also looking, and usually that security is in the area where the SUVs pull up. And we're also obviously keeping our eyes open for them as well. In the meantime, everybody here, I don't know. I don't know how they will react. I don't know what it'll be like if there is no verdict today. Let me ask a couple people. What happens if there's no verdict today? You coming back?
Of course.
Every day?
We ain't got no quit.
That's simple enough. They're coming back. This guy's been here every day. No verdict today. Are you coming back?
The verdict's coming back today.
I understand that, but
am I coming
theoretically, hypothetically, if there was no verdict today, would you come
1,000%.
Okay.
Every day.
Every day.
All right. What's your greatest fear at this moment?
The jury being a little bit confused on the slip.
Okay. I got it.
That's it. Nothing else.
That's it. Any fear?
Any fear that this is going to carry on beyond today? This jury is ready. The supporters are ready. The families, both families are ready. So if it carries beyond today, the prolonged anxiety and stress, it weighs a lot on all of us.
I know, you're a lawyer.
I am, unfortunately, because it's the delays like this of the justice system that make me question that profession sometimes, Vinny.
Let me ask you a big picture question. What will the public's trust in the system of justice be if it is guilty, guilty, guilty?
There will be no more trust, because from a public standpoint, with the travesty that has gone on here, with the abundance of reasonable doubt, with the way in which this trial and Trial 1.0 were conducted, with the amount of ignorance of evidence that, to me, as a Free Karen Read supporter, has been so present, so obvious, the public trust, and especially that of all of these people who I've chosen to stand with and next to, our trust is going to be gone. And I should say that to all of those who support a guilty verdict here. We all should stand for something stronger, moral certainty when we convict people, and honesty and transparency from our government, from our prosecutors, and from our judiciary. So if it comes across guilty, 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 I will make it my mission in life to keep standing up and keep showing up to try to do something about it.
Thanks so much for your work. Obviously, she's a lawyer, well-spoken, but everyone here is doing some form of those same sentiments, that it's about justice, what they believe justice is. And normally when we talk about getting justice, it's a conviction. And the public reaction normally is for a conviction. Here, it's the inverse. It's overwhelming, not just here at the courthouse, but you've been online, I've been online, we've seen the numbers, we've seen the comments, we've seen the polls. This case is different. The public sentiment is different. The question is, did the jury watch the same trial that all the folks here watched?
I was watching the people around her while she was speaking, Vinny, and they're nodding along. You can just see the conviction that is connected to people who are out there. It is about Karen Read, but it isn't about her, the person. It seems to be more about just this belief in pushing against corruption, pushing against a problem with the system that they say happened here and a problem with even the police in that area. Do you know at all what people's plans are afterward? There's so many people that are there, so many people who are continuing to gather. Do they have a place they are going to go, if, regardless of what this is, when we get the verdict? But I would imagine that the city has to prepare for that as well.
They are. I'm sensing a buzz right now. Jury's coming back? Oh, Karen's team is coming back is the word I'm getting. So we're going to plant the camera, keep an eye on what's happening over here. But that's what the folks are saying, right? They're saying that the team is coming back. They come back for
Vinny, I want to let our
reasons.
viewers know, and you as well, that we are hearing that there's movement inside of the courtroom as well. We can't put our cameras down because we are not on the record, but apparently there is some movement inside of the courtroom.
Interesting. The buzz out here now, you can see, if you watch the area close to where they pull up, people are starting to file in there to fill that area up. The folks on this side of the street are now getting closer to the edge of the curb. Everyone anticipating that the defense team is about to arrive at some point in the very, very, very near future. And it's about that time, right? This is the time of day when things like this happen. Keeping an eye on security, you can see more of them all converging. So it seems that there is some activity right now, and it's actually getting a little quieter. It's actually getting a little quieter here on the street. So as we get ready for whatever this is, we don't know. But one of the options, obviously, is the big decision that has to be made by this jury. Have they come to that decision? Are they sending a note? Have they sent word? Did they hammer it out? I guess we'll find out soon. But here, again, it's interesting because the quieter it gets, it's more indicative that something is happening. And I think folks here are they're obviously anticipating what this could mean. And they're invested, so they're kind of on those pins and needles that everyone else is on. So let's send it back to you. I'll keep an eye on everything happening here, but there's an absolute sense that something big is about to happen.
Vinny Politan, we are going to slip in a break, but you are not going to miss anything, folks. We are covering this from all sides, inside and outside the courthouse, and on air and online. We will see what happens and what is happening inside of that courtroom when we come back. Thank you for being with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's verdict watch in the Karen Reed retrial, and we're live outside the courthouse. We'll be unpacking the pivotal moments as deliberations continue.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Detectives arrested Brian Kohlberger.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College Student Murders Trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
Why Karen Reed? Nobody knew her before this. You didn't know her before this, right?
Never, but...
Why her?
It could be us. It could be me. It could be you.
Why this case?
Injustice. Sandra Birchmore has a lot to do with this. Same cast of characters. And the police will not police themselves, and that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Justice for John O'Keefe.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are continuing to follow the verdict watch in Dedham, Massachusetts, Karen Reed's murder retrial, and we're starting to see some activity in and out of the courthouse. Let's go immediately to our lead anchor, Vinny Politan, who is on the ground. And Vinny, you said that family of Karen Reed's has arrived back at the courthouse.
Yeah. Take a look. The silent "I love you" signs are going up right now. Just across the street from where the SUV is pulling up right now, it looks like. We saw Karen Reed's father, but this is the rest of the team and Karen Reed arriving. It's after lunch. It's Wednesday. We've been talking about this all week. In a normal trial, this is about the time that you would expect a verdict. So whatever the notification is, whatever the reason is for them arriving at this moment, complete silence as Karen Reed walks in. Let's listen. Never experienced anything quite like this, where you have hundreds of people supporting someone, waiting for them. They arrive, and there's a deafening silence in the streets of Dedham. That's exactly what we're experiencing right now as Alan Jackson, Karen Reed make their way into the courthouse, soon into the courtroom up on that second floor. And we'll soon find out what is about to happen. And of course, on the top of everyone's mind at this moment, is this the big decision? Is this the time when a jury will finally speak and finally answer the question, did Karen Reed murder John O'Keefe? So the quiet has actually continued now outside. I think people are feeling a sense of the moment itself. They've been here for day after day after day. They've been following the case for years. And it could be in just a few short moments that they find out the result here, Julia.
Listening to that silence behind you and the way they're continuing to be quiet reminds me of the instruction that you said that they were receiving from Karen Reed, which is to be calm if there is a verdict. Let's bring in Court TV anchor Ted Rowlands, who is here in studio. And Ted, what are you thinking now that we are seeing activity inside and out at 2:17 Eastern?
This case is so unique in that we don't get any information, right? We're literally just trying to interpret. I think there's a verdict. Personally, just by the body language, I assume the parties know if it's a question or a verdict. You know, Karen going up and kissing her father, this seems like this might be it.
Let's see if we have Matt Johnson. I saw him asking Karen Reed a question, and her lips move, but I don't think we had the audio. So let's go to him and see if he can tell us what she did say, because, Matt, she always seems to answer your questions.
Yeah, well, we've covered this trial since the very beginning. And I asked Karen Reed, who was walking notably with her father, if she was ready for a verdict, and she said always.
You are unmuted.
Be seated. Court is in session.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? Thank you. I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury. All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Thank you. All right.
Comes over, they say we have a verdict. Cannone is informed of it, but it's in between the time that Judge Cannone is informed of this, there's another knock saying there is no verdict. Yet there's a verdict form in that piece, in that envelope, it seems.
And there's enough time that has elapsed that all of the parties have gathered. Karen Reed's team is 10 minutes out. So that means it wasn't an immediate thing, perhaps. Perhaps they were called again. But I'm understanding that Vinny Politan is ready out on the ground. Let's go to him live. Vinny, what do you think? Oh, the tie says it all.
But they can't come out of the courtroom.
Do we have
Can
a
you
verdict?
knot it? Can you
tell
tie
me.
it? You can't tie it
We have
yet.
a verdict, we don't have a verdict. We got a verdict, we don't have a verdict. Is there a verdict, is there not a verdict? I don't know, so I'm just standing by like this. This is, again, unusual. The only time something like this happened even close to this was in the Johnny Depp trial when they had a verdict, sent out the verdict note, but they hadn't filled out the sheets properly, and they had to send them back. This might be something different than that, though, because if the jury is knocking and saying we have a verdict, and then knocking and saying we don't have a verdict, something's going on in that jury room. That's all that tells me. Something's going on. Somebody's like, wait a minute. So let's see. What is sealed in the envelope?
Yeah.
Open the envelope. Let's find out. I don't understand this. This is extremely unusual. Even though we don't know what the verdict is, all of a sudden now there's another issue with this case, with this jury. We do this all the time at Court TV. It's not that complicated. It's just not that complicated. But this case, this trial, these verdicts or lack of verdicts have become extremely complicated and convoluted. I don't understand it, but hopefully the judge and the attorneys can get to the bottom of what exactly is happening.
There should absolutely be a case study on this case in terms of how to deal with jurors, how to communicate with jurors. Do we think it could be a note? If the jury put in a note, we have reached a verdict, sent that to the court, and then that gets sealed because we don't want the indication on the record that there ever was a verdict if there was not one. Ted, what do you think? Do you think it perhaps could be that?
We don't know for sure that what's in that envelope is a verdict form by any stretch. It likely is a note. And then it's the game of telephone between the bailiff. Was it miscommunicated or misinterpreted? I think that there's a backstory here that hopefully will be illuminated very soon for the parties. What do you do if now you're one of the Karen Reed, the O'Keefe family? This is bizarre.
Do you leave the courthouse at this point?
Which Cannone told him don't leave.
Right. Vinny, are people there on the ground? Did they hear verdict and have a reaction thinking there was one, or was it pretty quick that they learned we don't have a verdict?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. We can take a look at the crowd. Everyone's confused right now. They're as confused as the rest of us. Everybody here heard verdict. There was a loudspeaker that was being played, and then all of a sudden we heard we don't have a verdict. I've never heard that before. We have a verdict, we don't have a verdict. I don't know what it means. They don't know what it means, but they're all glued to their phones trying to get the latest information from inside that courtroom. And, just to add another layer of intensity and anticipation to all of this, but sprinkle a whole bunch of confusion as well. It's unusual. It's really unusual what is happening at this moment. And I hope that the jury communicates what's happening. To me, that's the key. It's the communication between the jury and the court. Communication was the problem first time around, and now it looks like there's more communication issues. In a lot of jurisdictions, like I've been saying, sometimes the judge will just call the jury into the courtroom on the record and say, hey, what's going on? Do you have a verdict? Do you not have a verdict? Massachusetts, they don't like that sort of back and forth. They don't want to interfere at all. So that becomes a hurdle now in trying to understand what exactly happened inside that jury room and how you go from verdict in one moment to just a few moments later to no verdict. I think it even caught the judge off guard by the way she was describing what had happened. So everyone out here, there was that surge of this is the moment until it wasn't. Here we are. Welcome to Dedham.
They were right in the sense that this was a moment. It was almost the moment that everyone is waiting for. And I think you highlight something great, Vinny, that the communication, the form of communication is pretty antiquated. We're talking about notes, handwritten notes that have to go, and there can be no verbal communication during this time, and that can add challenges in itself. I understand that Matt Johnson may be available. Let's see if we can go out to him, see what he is seeing from his vantage point. Matt Johnson, your reaction to us getting these double knocks from the jury?
The most unpredictable trial of the century. I mean, this doesn't help with the call from this community for transparency and light. There's just going to be more questions, and all of these supporters that believe in corruption and that there was a cover-up here are looking very confused at this point in time. There's something happening here at the courthouse in front of me because all of the police officers are still talking amongst each other. They're pointing to things on the backside of the courthouse. We know that all parties have been asked to remain present here on the property as this deliberating jury figures out what they're going to do. I mean, to knock on the door and say that they have a verdict and then to knock again and say that they don't, I think that now some people are wondering if a jury member had cold feet, if they changed their initial vote. There's a lot of confusion out here on the courthouse steps, but we're not seeing Reed's vehicles leave like we normally do. And there's a lot of movement out here in front, including from a lot of law enforcement that are here near the steps, a lot of media on the move too. Just a lot of silence and a lot of confusion, to be honest with you.
I want to bring in Ted, who's here with me in studio. Ted, do you think that this could mean, even if we do have a verdict, all the way up until polling the jury, after a verdict, after everything's entered, that we could still see some problems? I mean, we'll all be leaning in for the polling of the jury, which we usually kind of sit back for, ignore, but...
Yeah, I mean, this is just, you're thinking about all the different scenarios. Is there an unwilling juror who then changed his or her mind after that initial note was passed along that we do have a verdict? Was it the foreperson going, oh, oops, I mean, we didn't? Some communication issue within the jury room? Was the communication issue between the jury foreman and this bailiff? What's in the envelope? Is it one note or two notes? Is it a verdict form? A lot of questions, and you wonder if the parties are going to demand to be heard at some point here as time goes by and everybody's just sitting idly.
Talking about the time that's passing, Matt Johnson, do you know if Judge Cannone is going to extend the day? I know she has been a stickler about ending the day early, 4 o'clock. Yesterday it was 3:50. With the weirdness of this situation, do you think there's a chance she will extend the day? Let this go into the late afternoon or evening? Because it seems like they're certainly on the precipice of a decision.
Yeah, I think 100% there is a chance that she will extend the day if we don't get a verdict within the next couple hours. She told all parties be present because what happens is at the end of the day at 4 o'clock when the jury is usually excused, she sends in a note with the bailiff asking if they want to work late. Then she works with the courthouse to keep security on present. But we're in like a Friday verdict type of scenario because you have tomorrow being a dark day because of the holiday Juneteenth. So that may move things along too, and we could see this courthouse stay open a little bit later than normal.
It better be. I mean, come on. We got to get to the bottom of this thing, right?
Sometimes rules are rules, and it feels like there are days that she should have let them go longer, pushed them to go a little longer, especially yesterday.
I think yesterday they wanted to leave. They sent the note that they'd had enough, and then they were sent on their way. But what's going on in that courtroom? This is insane.
Let's see. Do we still have Vinny available? Because I do want to ask him about what could happen to a holdout juror. Vinny, if there's a juror that is yanking everyone back and saying, I changed my mind, I don't want to come to a decision, and they have to then retract this verdict, what can happen? What are some of the options? Because we have seen situations where some jurors refuse to deliberate.
Right. If you refuse to deliberate, the rest of the jurors can send a note out and there can be an inquiry. And if you're not participating in it, you can be taken out of the jury. It's an extreme measure. We've seen it in high-profile cases. Scott Peterson, a juror, was removed. I think it was the foreperson. It was a mutiny. But let's not go there quite yet. Like, it's always, in Massachusetts, it's all about the verdict form, right? Was the verdict form signed and filled out? I don't know. If the verdict form is signed and filled out, that's supposed to be the verdict in Massachusetts. That's why counts 1 and 3 couldn't be dismissed last time because they didn't fill out the paperwork. Could this be the inverse, where they filled out the paperwork and now we're saying we don't have a unanimous verdict? How do they deal with that? Last time it was the paperwork that won. Will the paperwork win this time? It's strange, but it's a possibility, right? You fill everything out, knock on the door. Because are you going to knock on the door before you fill out the paperwork? I wouldn't if I was the foreperson. I would make sure, all right, we've got it. We've got the votes. We fill out the paperwork. Massachusetts, all about the verdict slips. We fill it out. We sign it, da-da-da. Put it, knock on the door, give it to the bailiff, and then we knock again. Wait, give us back the papers. Is it too late?
Well, you remember...
Because the other way around, it was too late.
At the very end, while Judge Cannone was talking about this, she said, we have a verdict, we don't have a verdict. But then she says, as we all know, it's not a verdict until it's published. I think there is a verdict form in that manila envelope, and she's saying it's not official.
Not on the record.
Yes.
In front of everyone.
Wow.
And so they can pull it back. I am looking back at the notes from our producer inside of the courtroom, and she did say that the form was handed to the deputy and will be sealed.
All right.
Okay.
I'm hearing everyone in the street is saying verdict is in, guys.
Is it a new, or is this what was...
The word on the...
what was before?
All right,
no, this is new.
Okay.
This is what they're saying. It's what they're saying. I don't know if it's true.
We're going to slip in a break so you can confirm it, and we will take
the word on the street, that's all.
Okay, we understand. Not confirmed, but there are rumors swirling that we have potentially a verdict. We'll work on getting that confirmed. Let's take a break. Don't go anywhere. This is what you don't want to miss. We'll be back in just a moment here on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's verdict watch in the Karen Reed retrial, and we're live outside the courthouse. We'll be unpacking the pivotal moments as deliberations continue.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
It's the biggest story that we're covering.
He is the boogeyman.
So many eyes have been on Donna Adelson from the beginning.
A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
You are unmuted.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdict slips been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Yes. Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes. Guilty.
003, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise. Jurors, follow me. Media, please exit the courtroom immediately.
Karen Reed?
Not
yet.
Tony,
Hold on,
not yet.
hold on,
Not
everyone.
yet.
Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the Request Not to Seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
We would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay.
Perhaps we could approach sidebar briefly.
Okay.
Seated.
All right, so Mr. Yannetti, you're ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend Probation, 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on their first time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that she be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it. All right. Thank you all.
1 year probation, 1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program is. Thank you.
Immediately. All rise.
Goodbye.
There's Nick Rocco and the rest of the supporters who were inside the courtroom for the verdict. Never experienced anything quite like this. And the emotion is real. No, people aren't faking it. They're not forcing it. If you're just joining us, folks, Karen Read has been found not guilty by a jury in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. I've been calling it the retrial of the century because it's the retrial of the century. And the retrial ended with not guilty verdicts across the board. See some more of the security there. Again, we wait for Karen Read and the defense team to exit. I think everyone realizes what an explosion it will be in that moment of sound. Everyone's got their phones up now recording the moment after experiencing the moment together outside of the courthouse. The only lingering question for me right now, though, is John O'Keefe's family, if they're going to take them out the back of the courthouse, because there is a there is an exit out the backside, and I think that would be the smart thing to do for that family. But for Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Karen Reed, this is going to be their moment. We've seen it through the years at Court TV several times. It's been a few years, though, since we've seen anything even close to this, because it's overwhelming support for the verdict that the jury handed down. I don't know if Matt Johnson can hear me. Matt, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All the media is assembling right now on the courthouse steps. We're waiting for Karen Reed and her team to assemble down and leave the courthouse. A lot of police presence out here on the courthouse steps and on the sidewalk addressing the media. We're pushed out all the way to the edge of the street, and we are just anxiously waiting for all parties to exit the courthouse here. Now, I am wondering if some of the parties might choose to exit through the back. That's where the jury had been entering and exiting the courthouse until now, so we know that that's an open opportunity for them. But yeah, it's just a waiting game right now from my vantage point. We're at the podium waiting for Karen Reed to address her supporters and address the media.
Matt, I can spot Nick Rocco's been on my show throughout all of this, one of the leaders in raising funds for this defense team. He's not a lawyer. He's never been involved in anything like this, but saw a cause, raised money, and helped this defense team. You can't put on a defense like this without the funding that is necessary for the experts, for the lawyers, for the expenses. You have a lawyer from California, you have a lawyer from New York. All that's got to be paid for somehow, some way, and that's another part of this story. The over $1 million that was raised for Karen Reed, much of it by the people you're seeing right in front of this courthouse. As we wait for the moment, and the moment is Karen Reed coming down, found guilty of only a minor charge of operating under the influence, which is tantamount to a throwaway compared to what she was facing for manslaughter, leaving the scene of an accident with a death involved, and of course, murder. So this is a win across the board. It's a celebration in the streets of Dedham where they've closed down the street in front of the courthouse. My guess is they don't do that too often, but it was the right thing to do to give enough space for everyone here so no one gets trampled, no one gets harmed. And right now, I'm just anticipating that moment. I know we've got the rest of our anchors in the home base studio, so I'll go to Michael Ayala, my friend. We've been through this for years, decades together. I know when they come out, you'll be cut off, but what are your thoughts right now?
Listen, I said from the beginning, Vinny, the only thing that I think beyond a reasonable doubt what was proven by the prosecution in this case was the fact that she drove drunk at some point. And again, the jury seemed to make the distinction between the 12:45 and the 5 a.m. in the morning, because we know that that breathalyzer test, and she wasn't tested, that blood alcohol level, wasn't taken until 9 a.m. that morning. So they made the distinction. Was she drunk at 12:45? Was she drunk at 5? Clearly, 5 o'clock. Was she at 12:45? We don't know, but I always felt the 5 o'clock driving that truck, she was drunk, because by the time she got to the hospital at 9, she had a blood alcohol level that was above the legal limit. And that's the one that they stuck on. It looks like they were there. They fought through this. Maybe there was some back and forth as to maybe something a little higher. We know they were stuck on involuntary manslaughter the first time around. Maybe there was some discussion about that. But ultimately, I think they came down on the one charge that one can say was truly proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
And more celebration. They just sang the Star-Spangled Banner here outside the courthouse. Something else that we've seen as we got closer here in the buffer zone, there were no Karen Reed signs, so they started passing out American flags. That's been another part of this. Part of the cause and the justice that people were seeking was, hey, this is the United States of America. We want justice. So for all these folks, they believe justice was served today. They believe justice was served. And again, the anticipation of the moment, no one's going to leave here until Karen Reed walks out of the courthouse, flanked by Alan Jackson and David Yannetti. and Robert Alessi and the rest of the defense team. It's unusual. It's unusual for a not guilty that this is where we are and what's going on. Let me talk to you. What are your thoughts right now?
You are all set, Ms. Reed. Free Karen Reed, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for everything, Karen.
All right, we'll come through here. Thoughts at this moment?
Stoked, so excited. Couldn't have asked for a better outcome. Woo!
There you go. Woo, woo, woo. Speaks volumes. Young children with American flags.
How you feeling right now?
How you doing? What are your thoughts right now?
I'm excited. I'm so happy. I've been waiting for this we all have for a long time. Game over.
This is Massachusetts history. Massachusetts history. We got the justice that we deserve for the O'Keefe family as well. We send our love.
Thank you. The last time we had a verdict of this magnitude in this town, in this courthouse, was Sacco and Vanzetti. Much different scenario. Over here you can see Turtle Boy, who is very much responsible for beginning the Free Karen Reed movement, which took off.
Up there, you see everything. My spot.
All right. All right, we're going to move our spot. We're going up the steps. Excuse me, pardon me? Pardon me? I'm walking through another sea of pink. Another sea of pink.
You were right. You did it.
Yeah. All right. This is an interesting perspective. We can turn and look here and what's happening. You can see the crowd and you'll see the reaction when the next big moment happens. The first big moment, obviously, the not guilty verdicts on everything but operating under the influence, which is a throwaway. And now they're waiting for Karen Reed and her defense team. I know Ted and Julia also standing by. I don't know if Judge Ashley's there as well. But why don't we go to Ted Rollins? Your response.
I have to tell you, when you talk about reasonable doubt, there was reasonable doubt in this case. Whether you believe Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe or not, the investigation, the way the authorities, specifically Trooper Proctor and others involved in the investigation, is the reason that she was found not guilty unanimously by this jury. I can't imagine being a juror on a case like this with the behavior of the investigators and returning a guilty verdict. It would be hard to live with, and I truly believe there is a direct connection between the investigation and this verdict.
Yeah, Julie Janae, your thoughts?
I'm just amazed at this sea of people that has grown over the days. People who just want to be close to Karen Reed, this person who was not a celebrity before. No one knew who she was. But something about her story sparked something in them that they felt so deeply convicted about her cause. And this was just one of those cases where they're saying that they want justice for John O'Keefe as well. But what is justice now? I'm thinking about his family. They have got to be heartbroken in this moment. After 2 trials, after sitting there day after day, the woman that they believed killed their son, their uncle, their brother, is walking free. And I'm not saying that she shouldn't be walking free, but this leaves a real hole because all of these people believe someone else was responsible, but we know there's not going to be any other prosecution, no other charges in this case. But this is certainly a fantastic legal team for Karen Reed, and they won the case based on the evidence.
Matt Johnson, a day unlike any day we've experienced at Court TV. What are your thoughts right now?
Unlike anything that we've seen, this is definitely the retrial of the century. You can just see the media presence as we're waiting for this defendant found not guilty after all of these years on all of these serious charges and counts. The podium is set up. We're waiting to hear from this defendant. Over the past couple days, she has not been answering any questions. This defense team, along with the prosecutors, they've been under gag order after this very lengthy trial. That wasn't the case in the first time around. I mean, you have to think back to how each case, the Commonwealth and also this defense team, ended their case with those dynamic and powerful expert witnesses, from both sides. And the amount of money that was spent on this trial on both sides. You had the Commonwealth that spent probably more than $1 million for experts. You had this defense team that raised just as much. And now you have a situation where there's been 2 trials and no conviction. I think that there is going to still continue to be a lot of questions in this community. Everyone that you talk to still divided. A lot of people tell me that they cannot talk to their family members at holidays with this case. I think that that remains the same. I think that what's different is this is a chapter closed for all of these families. But there's another chapter on the horizon as well, because Karen Reed, this defendant now acquitted of most of these charges, she faces another trial, which is going to be a civil suit. And I think that that's where the O'Keefe family are going to invest their time. And but I know that this defendant and this defense team are happy that she's coming home.
Absolutely. I'm taking a look up on the steps. It looks like they may be getting ready. Okay. Let's take a quick break, folks. I'm looking at all these faces. It's jubilation in the streets of Dedham. Our coverage of the Karen Reed not guilty verdict continues.
Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge?
Lesser included.
Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records it. You, upon your oath, say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
I'll tell you that. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the verdict in the retrial of the century. Karen Read not guilty of every charge that actually counts, guilty of operating under the influence, everything else not guilty. Right now we're outside the courthouse. The street has been blocked off. You see the officers on the top of the steps. Any moment now, we are expecting Karen Read and her defense team to come out. The crowd is hungry. They want to see Karen Read. They've been here for Karen Read. Now they want to celebrate with Karen Read. Right now there's a chant of justice for John, which is justice for John O'Keefe, because the folks outside this courthouse believe that justice for John O'Keefe is an investigation of the investigators and an investigation of the people who are inside 34 Fairview. I've been covering cases and stories for a long time. That investigation is not happening. There will be no more charges relative to the death of John O'Keefe, criminal charges. It's part pep rally. It's part celebration. It's everything that they've been talking about year after year in the build-up to this moment. Matt Johnson is also with us outside across the street. Matt, I can't hear myself, but can you hear me? Can't hear each other, and we're both outside. That's the level of noise here coming from the folks. And I look at some of the faces, a lot of smiling faces. Why are you so happy?
Karen Read is free. Woo!
Why is that important to you?
I love Karen Read. We've been following this case for a long time. Freedom for Karen is justice for John. Yeah.
What happens next? What happens next?
We get justice for John, because that's what really matters at the end of the day. And freeing Karen Read means justice for John.
It's a fevered pitch here outside the courthouse. Someone is walking out of the courthouse right now. Someone's walking out. False alarm. False alarm. It's taken a while for them to come out. It's an emotional day. It's an emotional moment. Matt Johnson, can you hear me now? Loud. It is so loud. Yeah, it is so loud. Matt can't hear me across. Yep. Michael Ayala, there have been emotional trials before. There have been people invested in the outcomes, but it's never been under these circumstances. I'm wondering what you think about what's happening outside the courthouse right now. The chance of justice for John O'Keefe. The chance of lock up Jen, referring to Jennifer McCabe.
Yeah, it just reminds me, Vinny, of the O.J. Simpson case. It just does. I know that's not something people like to talk about, but, you know, the support. Now, he was, of course, a celebrity, so there's something different there. But the support for a defendant, the dislike of the police, which is so palpable in this case. You know, in trying to think, Vinny, about why these people are so behind Karen Read, I can only think that she just represents all of them. They all have issues with the police out there, the corruption, the culture. She represents all of them, all the problems they've had over the years, and now it's come to this point, and they're just letting that emotion show.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to sneak in a quick break. When we come back, our continuing coverage of the verdict in the retrial of the century. Karen Read basically being set free today. Welcome to downtown Dedham, not guilty Karen Reed, and she's about to exit the courthouse. This moment will speak for itself.
The Celtics won the NBA title last year. On the Friday last year, they had the parade. Now, a whole different ball.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
So do you want to see it reopened? Karen, you want to see the case reopened? Give a message. Should the case be reopened? No, the case cannot be reopened. Alan, this case is over. No, I mean the case searching for someone else. What did you say? I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it to Karen. Let her dad. Let her dad.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter Karen, the support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the greatest team of attorneys. Our first one that we found was David Dinetti. We added Alan Jackson and Liza Little. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right? It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from the heart. We love you all of the content providers who help spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Should the investigation be reopened? Let's keep going.
Karen, what is life like going to be for you now? Karen. Karen. Karen, what is life going to be like for you now? How do you feel? What is life going to be? Karen, how do you feel? Let's get her in the car. Hey, you okay? You okay? You okay?
We knew he was here. He was here early. I don't know if
Thank you. I love you.
Unbelievable moment. Unbelievable moment. The swarm of pink is now moving from the front of the courthouse down towards the SUVs as Karen Reed and her defense team settle into this moment. Settle into an unusual moment in our system of criminal justice. A not guilty verdict in a murder trial. It doesn't happen often, folks. It really doesn't. When you accuse prosecutors and law enforcement of a conspiracy, it is rare that a jury believes that is reasonable. It just happened in this case. It was about trying to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt and a jury finding reasonable doubt in every criminal charge that mattered in this case. operating under the influence is the only one that they found her guilty of. Matt Johnson on the street as well. Matt.
Bringing this to the forefront.
Yes, I can tell you that we just got a comment from Mr. Reed. He's making his way to his SUV as they're all making their way out of this situation after the verdict. And he was saying that he was thankful to all the supporters and thankful to the media for drawing attention to this case. Dominated this community for more than 3 years. As for Karen Reed, I was really trying to get a comment for her about what life will be like now that she is no longer a murder defendant. She had no comment. I asked her probably 4 or 5 times. She did not make any comment other than what she said at the podium, really thanking her supporters out here and also thanking all of the media that have been out here and her defense team that have been working on this for the past 3 years. And then she's added to that for this second trial, adding Pro Vice Robert Alessi, and also adding a former juror to her team, a lot of interns that were also researching and doing a lot of work behind the scenes from Harvard University. This defendant waving and making the love symbol in sign language as she drives past all of the media and drives out of this courthouse after being. You can see the sea of pink out here, all of these supporters. Many of them were in tears during this process when they were reading the verdict and cheering, and just jubilation from these supporters that always believed that she was innocent. I'll send it back to you.
Unbelievable scene. It's like, now what happens? What happens next? Right? The rush of adrenaline, unreal. We'll be back. Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's verdict watch in the Karen Reed retrial, and we're live outside the courthouse. We'll be unpacking the pivotal moments as deliberations continue.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
It's the biggest story that we're covering. He is the boogeyman.
So many eyes have been on Donna Adelson from the beginning.
A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
Breaking news, the verdict is in the retrial of the century. Karen Read, not guilty of every charge that mattered. Not guilty of murder. Not guilty of manslaughter. Not guilty of leaving the scene of an accident. Guilty of one lesser included, the least of the lesser includeds, operating under the influence. I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of this verdict, which, depending upon how you looked at this case, was either shocking or expected. For me, being at Court TV all these years, anytime I hear the words "not guilty" uttered from a courtroom, I think it's surprising. Because remember, it's the prosecution who chooses the cases they want to bring. They thought they could win this. They didn't win it the first time. They thought they could win it the second time, and they didn't. They did not meet their burden of beyond any and all reasonable doubt. Apparently, looking at the charges, the elements, this jury did not believe beyond a reasonable doubt that there was a collision, that Karen Read's SUV struck John O'Keefe. I've got my incredible colleagues from our Court TV team with us, including Matt Johnson, who is with me here in Dedham. Actually, I'm with Matt because he's been here a lot longer. Matt, I know what the people expected here, but to me it's still shocking to hear the words "not guilty" in a murder trial in light of all the circumstances, but this verdict was in line with public sentiment.
It was actually in line, yes, 100% in line, especially with the crowd of supporters here. I mean, hundreds of them have already left the streets, but there are still the diehards that are here right now, including Chrissy. Chrissy, you've been here since trial 1, trial 2. We've spoken before. Talk to me about today and this moment.
There's so many different emotions, you can't go through them. First is relief. It's like a 100 bricks being lifted off your chest. It's the initial not guilty. So I haven't been able to process it, all of the emotions yet, but there's a lot of emotions going on through right now.
It was very tense out here in that moment when the police moved in the barricades. They're now opening the street. It happened very quickly, even though it didn't, if that makes sense.
They had planned on wanting everybody out right away. But first off, there's one thing I do gotta say. We were asked to respect the O'Keefe family, regardless of what that verdict was going to be. Karen did not want us yelling, chanting, or anything when the O'Keefes were present, because she was thinking about their feelings during her verdict. So that just goes to show you what kind of person Karen is.
And we're thinking about the O'Keefe family right now. Thank you for talking to me. I do have to say, it is, when we talk about these cases that we cover, this one, unlike any other on so many different levels, but to have such a long verdict form and so many charges and all of them to come back not guilty, absolutely surprising, Vinny.
Oh, yes. I mean, across the board. And we think about the questions that were sent out. They were speaking the truth in those notes that they sent out, because that's exactly where they landed. They didn't throw a curveball. They landed exactly where those notes were. So all the analysis that we did in the last 24 hours based on those notes turned out to be very, very true. This day, this moment, looking at it, what does it mean going forward, right? What does it mean? Well, there's two ways to look at it. For the folks who supported Karen Read, who were, from their perspective, fighting the system. Well, the system ends in a courtroom when a jury speaks. So I hope for those folks who are questioning the system, there's a level of belief in the system today. And on the flip side, for John O'Keefe, his family, his children that he adopted, that he was raising, for his parents who have been through so much tragedy, this is a gut punch. I know it is. I've spoken to victims' families when a verdict hasn't gone the way that they expected it to go. And it is difficult for them in this moment. I hope they understand the way our system works, which is you've got to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Even if they believe Karen Read was guilty, if the evidence isn't there in our system, if there is doubt left on the table, our system compels jurors to set people free. Our system does not want one innocent person ever convicted. Sometimes the guilty go free. I'm not saying that's what happened here today, but the system is set up that way, and hopefully the O'Keefe family understands that. They also have a civil trial where if they continue to pursue that, we'll have an opportunity to compel the testimony of Karen Read. We saw that in the O.J. Simpson case, and we saw the impact of all that. So there's still more to this story, but the headline today is the big story, which is prosecutors did not prove Karen Read guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and she walked out of that courtroom a free woman. I'm Vinny Politan. We are live from Dedham as our coverage of the retrial of the century continues.